maniac. Why'd he bite me?
Oh, wow. Camera's been on the whole time, huh? Oh, wow. Jeez, I didn't know that. Folks, welcome to System Shock 2. It's the 25th anniversary of System Shock 2, just in case you want to feel yourself age at sublight speed. Folks, I am RazörFist, your intrepid host, and I'm joined by your slightly less intrepid co-host, Terengel, who edited that together, so blame him.
Hello, insects.
A pathetic co-host of meat and bone. I have been so looking forward to this, folks. System Shock 2 is 25 years old, and it gets a full HD remaster that doesn't reuse the terrible texture pack that several of the people in the TTLG community, who are normally awesome, put together, and I am not a big fan of, as I have said on many, many occasions. Go watch our System Shock retrospective if you don't know how important this game is. No System Shock. Gosh, what games don't exist overnight if System Shock doesn't exist, bro? Just off the top of your head, Dead Space, Alien Isolation, Taryn?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Any others?
Oh, what? That ripped this off?
Always locked into the stream, Taryn.
I'm reading over here.
And needless to say, an entire subgenre of games would not exist without System Shock. Ooh.
Thank you for not smoking.
Godspeed, folks. So of course this has been brought to light. Now this is who made this? It wasn't Night Dive. It was Night Dive, correct?
Night Dive, yes.
Yeah, it was Night Dive, but the parental like the rights to this are held by a whole bunch of holding companies and stuff. So it's kind of
it's a mess.
Yeah, I don't think this is an Embracer thing, is what I'm trying to get at here, right? We're getting a new Thief because of Embracer. I'm glad we're getting a new Thief, but it shouldn't be set in the 2014 continuity. That's retarded. You're going to lose lots and lots of money, and you deserve it, Embracer. But because of Embracer, we also got the Tomb Raider remasters. We got whatever the heck. I don't think this is a Embracer thing, but people have been trying to remaster System Shock for a long time, so it's not like we needed a lot of excuse. This is one of my favorite games of all time. This is... Where would you rank this in your personal pantheon, Tara?
Oh, absolutely top 10.
Yeah. This is right up there. It's one of those games... I actually, strangely enough, this is one of those games where everyone's kind of played it now. I actually got an opportunity to play this at launch, which was wild. I had the good fortune to play this and Thief 2 at launch. And this one blew me away right from the beginning. I remember right after there was like a patch that came out that was co-op. This remaster has System Shock 2 co-op. I believe out of the box.
4 players.
4 players.
We might attempt something like that in the future, but for the first stream, I think it's important that you go solo.
Yeah, no co-op this stream. Yeah.
Next time, definitely.
Irrational Games. This was, of course, one of the games they cut their teeth on.
Thank God it's Friday!
It's not.
Oh, that's right. I should have shut that off.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, already you can see.
Very crisp.
Oh, yes.
Is System Shock really going to heat up your system?
Streaming is.
Oh, good point.
All right. Cool. Oh, it's even got voice chat. They've got VoIP on this? They have VoIP. Weapon Bob amount. Normal. Video driver. Ooh. Let's just real quick familiarize ourselves with the controls. Medical hypo. Anti-radiation hypo. There's a few little changes here. Just a few little changes. All right. Well, I am stoked, and I want to see this. Let's do it. Mods! You can load mods right off the bat.
Good.
Very cool.
More games need to be mod-friendly.
Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone, panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine? In 2072, a rogue artificial intelligence known as Shodan lost her mind. In her limitless imagination, Shodan saw herself as a goddess, destined to inherit the earth. That image was snuffed out by the hacker who created her.
I was jamming in that. Here we go.
February 3rd is the day the magic happens. The Von Braun, the first starship in history capable of traveling at faster than light speed, will undertake her maiden voyage. This incredible journey is the result of teamwork between the UNN Protectorate and the incredible scientific minds at the newly relicensed Tri-Optimum Corporation.
That's Garrett, by the way.
Imagine being able to travel to distant star systems in a period of weeks. It's all part of Tri-Op's commitment to the future. The Von Braun is packed with over 1.8 billion flight, scientific, and security systems.
He is such a good voice actor, dude.
Tri-Optimum and its wholly owned subsidiaries.
I think I would have needed you to tell me that that was him.
Yeah, that's him. That's Stephen Russell.
The UNN Rickenbacker. At her helm will be no less than Captain William Bedford Diego himself. Hero
Oh
of the Battle
boy!
of Boston Harbor during the Eastern States Police action. This incredible union of government and corporation is made
Diego
possible
again.
by an intricate series of docking mechanisms that will allow the Rickenbacker to piggyback its way into jump space. Sleek, fast, revolutionary. Who knows what wonders await our crews in the bosom of the cosmos? All we do know is that it's a great day for mankind.
Hello, TK.
This is Dr. Marie Delacroix of the UNN Von Braun. We've been hijacked by an unknown force. Ship's
Been
security is
hijacked.
compromised. Do not allow the ship. Repeat, do not allow the ship to leave under any circumstances. I don't know what we're up against here.
Great setup. How many games have set up this way, too? Like, jeez. Freaking Doom 3 set up this way. Like, dude, like, so many... You would not have Doom 3 without this.
Welcome to the Ramsey Center UNN
Ooh,
recruitment
this looks
facility.
good.
Please watch your step when leaving the train.
And yet they kept
grav
the
shafts at the end of
angular
the hall will
geometry.
take you to the street-level training and recruitment center. Please proceed to the grav shafts.
I need to lower the volume, I just realized. Let me go ahead and lower the volume. Audio. Oh shoot, it's already at 50. How does it sound? Does it sound okay?
It sounds good. I would say the game was just a tad louder than you. Instead of bringing it down half, maybe 70%.
Alright. This game, of course, is running in the Dark Engine, which is the same engine as Thief. That's why one of the interesting things about this game that a lot of other games kind of ripped it off a little is the Dark Engine wasn't really a shooter engine. It was a stealth engine, right? So they didn't need to calculate how invisible projectiles would shoot out of a gun. So projectiles don't work that way in the Dark Engine, from what I understand. I mean, I've done a little bit of modding in the Dark Engine. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but from my understanding, it's like, because the Thief games had arrows instead of bullets, literally every projectile in this game is a physical object that actually shoots out of the gun. The engine actually simulates it, which is something that is not true of modern shooters at all.
No, not at all.
It's kind of crazy, the stuff that the Dark Engine could do all the way back in 1998. Out of order? Even in the future, nothing works! Let's see what these guys look like. Still ugly. Is there like a HD graphics on-off button, I wonder?
I mean, like the Halo remasters or Tomb Raider? Who was first? It was, of course, Dustin the Grim. New York knows how to pick their elected officials, don't they? De Blasio, Cuomo, Adams, AOC,
Muhammad.
Now the mess they just nominated. If they do elect that clown, New York City deserves everything coming their way.
I mean, on the plus side, it does make it a little easier if you can get a halfway decent Republican candidate in New York City. Every turd has a silver lining, I guess.
To proceed to the street-level recruitment center.
Oh, I love this little area.
Somebody in chat says, Cyberpunk, throw a knife, it disappears from the world.
Yep.
System Shock 2 had that shit figured out how many years earlier?
Well, System Shock was made by Looking Glass, one of the greatest developers ever, while Cyberpunk is made by CD Projekt, who the media would like you to think are one of the best developers ever, but aren't.
Before you choose your career, you'll want to learn some basic abilities. First, you should go into the
Is it just me, or did they always look like Scud, Disposable Assassin?
Advanced training area.
You ever read those comics?
No.
Oh, they're great. Somebody in the chat had to have read Scud. Okay, basic training, advanced training. Let's do it.
To pick up some basic skills you'll need to get by in the service, enter this Cyberlink booth. Inside, you'll learn the basic skills you'll need to get started. Welcome, trainee. While you're in our virtual training courses, we provide you with a simulated cyber interface. This training interface is identical to an actual military-grade cyber interface. Now let's try it out. Currently, you should be able to look around freely. That means you're in shoot mode. Now, press the switch mode button. This puts you in use mode, where you can access your inventory and interact with items in the world. You can also access various...
Okay. Use button. Is that... No, that's... Right click. Change weapon setting. What is,
M308 gunner.
Because they did change some things around.
Evening Razor tried out a single-action revolver today, and holy hell, it was fun. Just 6 shots, and the sights were awful, but manually emptying and loading at the cylinder was just so satisfying.
Open up your character MFD by selecting the body icon located at the bottom of your screen, or by cycling to it within use mode. The character MFD displays your strengths and abilities pertaining to different skills. When you're ready to continue, press the switch mode button to go back to shoot mode. Try changing between use and shoot modes until you get the hang of it. You'll be doing this frequently. Now follow the red path along the ground to the next training station.
Alright. What single action revolver did he use?
He didn't say which one. He just said
what
he
a
tried
fact!
out.
No,
He
that's
just
awesome.
Said he tried.
First, highlight it by centering it in your view. A highlighted item will display brackets around it, showing you that it can be picked up. You can then press the
got this soy
interact button
food.
to pick it up, which will automatically place it into your inventory. Open your inventory again by pressing the switch mode button. You can organize items in your inventory by grabbing and moving them within the grid. To drop an item, highlight the item and choose Drop from the Actions menu.
Keeps going and going and going. A bottle of juice. Are there 6 gorillion of them in there?
Listen, I'm not here to support terrorism today. I'm here to talk about our sponsor, Aloha Snack Bar. Treat yourself to a turkey hummus sandwich or treat your sweet Kahootie with one of our ballistic bomb pops. It's an explosion of flavor in your mouth or hospital or marketplace. You guys have a great stream. Also, fuck is real.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Hassan.
See the crate in front of you? You can search crates and other similar containers for items by highlighting it and pressing the Interact button. This will display a small container window revealing what is inside of it. To take an item from the container, highlight it and press the Take button. This will automatically place that item. The item you see here is a med hypo.
Ah.
Pick it up, then open your inventory by pressing the Switch Mode button.
Good.
Now try pressing the Use button on the med hypo to restore some of your missing hit points.
This is the
crate in
container.
front of you? You can search crates and other similar containers for items by highlighting it.
Small
and pressing
quantity
the
of
Interact button.
fermium. Yeah.
This will display a small container window revealing what is inside of it. One of the most important tools you have as a soldier is your personal digital assistant, or PDA. This device stores audio logs, emails, and other useful information. You can open the PDA by selecting the disk
What was the
icon
last
located
useful
at the
email
bottom of
you
your screen,
received?
or by cycling to it within Use mode. Now try picking up the audio log item in front of you. The message currently visible on your screen is coming from the audio log you just picked up. You can listen to the most recent log
To
you picked
listen,
up by
use
pressing
your
the Play
ears.
Media button. Conveniently, your PDA now contains that audio log, which can be replayed at any time in the logs section. You're also able to reread any email received in the email section.
All right.
Similarly, as you complete objectives and discover crucial items, the notes section will populate with mission data. To jump, simply press the jump button. Some surfaces can be mantled onto by holding down the jump button. Mantling lets you pull yourself up to ledges, and to climb a ladder, simply walk into it and look upward. You'll automatically start.
All right, I'm out.
You've done well. Remember, if you're unclear on any aspect of what you've just learned, you can repeat the training as often as you wish.
But we'll kind of call you a retard.
Remember, switching to your pistol is
Basic
always
training,
faster than
you're ready for
reloading.
the advanced lessons provided here. Advanced training will familiarize you with the 3 key areas of military service: weapons training, technical training, and psionics training. Approach the Cyberlink booth of your choice to train in that area. When you've finished training and...
All right, wannabe. If you want to learn the weapon skills it takes to even think about joining the Marines, come on in. We're looking for a few good men.
And sexually ambiguous
You'll
women.
notice when you're in this... Now we'll teach you how to handle a firearm. Pick up the pistol and the clip from the table. You can equip the weapon by either dragging it into your weapon equip slot on the right side of your inventory, or by selecting Equip from the Actions menu. To lock and load the ammo clip, hit the Reload button. Once you've loaded the firearm, take a shot at the dummy robot by pressing the Fire button when in shoot mode. Notice how its health bar gets shorter as you chip away at it. Some items need to be charged with energy before they can be used. Pick up the laser pistol. Now, use the recharging station nearby. The recharge station will juice up all your energy-based items. Weapons, batteries, you name it.
Oh, and what's the button to change your power?
Are you sure you're not thinking of System Shock 1?
You can't do that in 2? I thought the energy weapon...
Change weapon setting. Oh. Oh, there we go.
There. Blast them. Oh! But that uses a lot of energy.
Weapons are not fine wines. They do not get better with age. The colored dot on the lower right corner of the screen tells you what kind of shape your firearm is in.
And
Green
whether
is
you're
good,
looking at an
red is
Indian
bad.
or an engine.
Despite the effects of wear and tear, a soldier with maintenance skill can use a maintenance tool to improve the condition of his weapon. Just pick up the tool, open your inventory, and drag the tool onto your pistol.
All right.
Remember that maintenance tools are only good for a single use.
Oh, there we go.
Red is for lethal. Blue is for lethal,
Now you're
but
ready for the
funny.
Marines. Take a look at the other training areas first before you enlist. They might just come in handy.
Inside, we'll teach you the basics of some technical skills you'll need in the Navy.
In the Navy.
You'll notice when you're in the Cyberlink booth, we'll provide you with a temporary cyber interface and the skills you need to accomplish the training tasks. But they'll only last so long as you're in the booth.
Yep.
The object in front of you is a container of nanites. Nanites are consumed whenever you perform technical tasks, such as hacking or repairing. When you pick up the container of nanites, they do not go in your general inventory, but are instead displayed in use mode on the bottom left of your screen.
They also stand in for a plot in a shitty Kojima game.
Use the keypad by interacting with it. To the right of the number pad, you'll see an orange tab labeled Hack. Select the tab. Text will appear indicating the difficulty of the hack and any bonuses that apply. Select the Start button to begin hacking. You'll see a grid of nodes.
Oops.
Selecting a node will either turn it bright or dark. To successfully hack, you must connect 3 bright nodes in a straight line. Beware the ice nodes with the red outlines. If one of these turns dark, you fail the hack.
Alright.
You might break the item you're working on, or worse. You can restart your hack attempt at any time by selecting the reset button, or you'll have to pay the nanite cost again.
Give me them nanites!
You can use nanites to buy items from replicators. To use a replicator, interact with it, then select the item you wish to purchase. If you have the correct amount of nanites for the item, it will drop into the slot below. Make sure you pick up your purchases before you leave. This is
Can't wait to hear our first.
If a camera spots you, summon security forces to your location. You can either wait out the alarm, or access the nearest security computer to stop the alarm immediately. You can also hack security computers to temporarily disable all cameras and turrets in the area. To hack a security computer, interact with it, then select the Hack button.
Got it.
Security system offline.
Gives me them nanites! And now we pause for an hour-long Kojima cutscene. To hear about how the nanites work on your stupid pistol.
You've learned the basics of the technical skills. There are several other technical skills you'll learn throughout the course of your career, such as repairing items and modifying weapons.
How did nanites help that no-shirt-wearing vampire fag with the mullet from Metal Gear Solid 2 to run on water? What about nanites helped him to do that?
That wasn't nanites, that was pure skill.
Right!
The cyber interfaces for these tasks are
Generalissimo Liberty. Colored, I prefer African-American dots.
similar to the hacking interface.
Inside, you will learn how... We've provided you with a virtual interface, and the bottom bar in the lower left of your screen tells you how many psi points you have. Psi points represent your current ability to use psi powers. Psi hypos will replenish your psi points. Try using a psi hypo and watch your psi points increase. When you've reached your maximum in psi points,
drugs!
move to the next station.
It wasn't nanites, it was faith.
This Psi-Amp amplifies your Psi powers and lets you project them into the real world. To equip it, pick it up.
Projecting will be very useful in the future.
Use mode. You can either drag the Psi-Amp to the weapons equip slot,
Especially
or
if you're a
press
woman
equip
now.
from the actions menu.
Especially on
Following the
Reddit.
Psi-Amp activates your currently selected Psi discipline. You currently have access to 2 disciplines, cryokinesis and kinetic redirection. Psi disciplines can be switched by pressing the cycle powers button, or from within use mode. Later, pressing the weapon setting button will allow you to select Psi disciplines from higher tiers. You can also choose Psi disciplines and tiers in the Psi section of your MFD. Use cryokinesis to destroy the robot, and kinetic redirection to pull that nanite container towards you. Be careful. Holding the fire button can augment the power, but holding it for too long will cause burnout, which will damage you. If you run out of Psi points, use another Psi hypo.
I love this game. Been too long since I played it, though. I don't think I played System Shock 2 since we did the retrospective.
The slow but rewarding process.
In a while.
Return to this area if you need more guidance.
Like, I'm surprised at how little of this I remember.
Yeah, Generalissimo Liberty, sorry. I tried to get to it when I saw it.
It would be useful.
Here's where you make your choice, soldier.
Ooh.
Here's where you enlist in one of the 3 branches of the military.
Ooh.
Once you decide on your branch of service, there's no going back.
Ooh.
A shuttle will take you to a UNN orbital space station where you'll receive a briefing regarding your yearly postings. Good luck.
All right. Are we going Semper Fi? Are we going Village People? Or are we going Brain Powers?
I mean, it's up to you. For the people in the audience, Marines is guns, Navy is technical repair shit, and Psi Powers is Psi Powers.
Yep. Of course the Psionics work for an intelligence agency. Of course.
Always.
Of course!
The Psi Corps.
By the way, who's the von Braun named after?
Eva von Braun?
Yes. No. Von Braun's the guy who came up with the idea that J. Michael Straczynski absolutely invented of the rotating space station. He just happened to come up with it 4 decades before he did.
Huh.
That's all.
People are saying, I don't know if you're actually asking the audience, but most people are saying Marines.
Marines! All right. This gonna be a Call of Shooty run. Dude, the remastered cutscenes look great. Dude! Year 1. This is such a cool way to build your character.
Yeah. And it makes sense.
Welcome
and it
to
does
Space
make
Station Wake Island, Marine. So, you survived basic training at Camp Lejeune. Better still, you managed to learn a thing or two about standard weapons. But now, it's time for the real deal.
And a southern
Your
accent.
tour of duty will consist of 4 postings over 4 years. The Corps demands a lot of you grunts, but the Corps is generous. You get to choose your own postings.
What?
Head up to the shuttle base in the center of Wake Island, and you'll be briefed on what's ahead. When you find the right posting, head into that bay to accept the assignment. Good luck, Marine.
Delta 9. In your best trump, ask Israel and Iran which one of them wants Daddy's belt.
You're going to bend over and present your supple ass cheeks because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So which wants it first? The welt across your buttocks is going to be so vast. Tremendous welt on your asshole. Supply ship Gallo. Ordnance master's mate. IO's surviving training school. Huh.
Not every boarding party has the luxury of gravity, so the Corps strongly recommends every one of its brethren get in some zero-G training. A year aboard the training station Guadalcanal should suffice.
What's agility gonna do for me?
The Navy maintains a survival training school on the surface of Io, the 3rd moon of Jupiter. Pros, there's no better way to improve stamina and survival skills. If you're partial to spending time with a lot of high explosives, this posting is for you. Lifting, but Ordnance also gets the first pick of booze and other goodies.
Your stint aboard the UNN Gallo is finished? Well, you've spent more exciting years, haven't you, Marine? If you ever look at another UNN pecking crate, you'll put a bullet in your head. But you used the time well and bulked up considerably. You've gained +2 strength.
This is such an awesome way to train your character.
It is. It's brilliant. It actually explains... By the way, where's this come from? This comes from the tabletop role-playing inspirations of Looking Glass Studios. When they made Thief, they were inspired by, what is it called? Thieves Guild, I think it's called. An old module for AD&D, I think. And the missions and whatnot of Thief were all structured around tabletop campaign ideas. This is quite clearly taken from, do you know, Taryn?
Wow.
Pathfinder.
Oh.
Where when you're building your character, the older they are, at least I think it's Pathfinder, where the older you are, the more skills you're able to add to your character. So as you're adding your educational background, as you're adding your employment background, you're learning new things. And some of your skills atrophy because you're getting older. If you get too old, 50s, 60s, some of your physical attributes might start to break down. But if you're, right? So this is how you're building your character. You're literally adding experience to your character instead of just writing it down on a shitty sheet. This is why people were disappointed at Cyberpunk 2077, because you took a tabletop game and then took no inspiration from the tabletop. No matter how hard Mike Pondsmith copes and pretends that he was closely involved in the creation of that turd. All right. Mission postings. I went back where I was. I already talked with you.
Generally
going the wrong damn way.
Liberty. The president dropped the F-bomb. Your thoughts?
I think I just gave them.
The ride never ends.
He's done it before. I mean, what the
Yeah,
heck?
plenty of times.
A tour of duty aboard the Antique.
Not only that, but I love people pretending this is like a big thing. That friggin'... How many years did they worship at the feet of John McCain just as an own against Trump? He called his own wife a cunt on national television. Pardon my language. Well, it's not my language. It's John McCain.
Well, should let you pick up some one-on-one beam weapon training from gunnery.
Not only did he call his wife a cunt in front of journalists, but the Arizona Republic covered it up for him.
Sergeant Malloy, but heads up, she's a world-class SOB.
That did what?
A tour of duty
Energy weapons and cybernetic. Ooh, that's tempting. That might be it.
But heads up, she's a world-class SOB. The automated asteroid ore facility in JM 432 supply the UNN
heavy
shipyards, so they're crucial to defense. However, they're also prime candidates for hackers. Somebody's gotten their claws into the primary data loop, and they need a team to head in there and blast their way past the automated defense systems.
You had me at blast.
Dummy ammunition, live ammunition, moving targets, stationary targets, live targets. The Port MacArthur training facility has enough hardware to warm the heart of any leatherneck.
This also sounds good.
See, now I'm curious. If you're playing this co-op, does each person get to choose where they want to go? Or does everyone have to choose the same thing?
Oh man, it's been years since I played it co-op. Me and Mormigil played it co-op back in the day when it first came out. But I cannot remember how it handles that. Because co-op was kind of an afterthought for a lot of people.
Tour of duty aboard the
I'm going to do energy weapons.
Pick up some one-on-one beam weapon training from Gunnery Sergeant Malloy.
The ride never ends. Cheers, gents, and thank you for the stream tonight.
Godspeed. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying this celebration of 25 years of System Shock. Hey, Taryn, could you link to our System Shock retrospective in the chat so that people who haven't seen it can watch it if you don't know, like, how important these games are? We still haven't reviewed the remaster. Maybe to celebrate the 25th anniversary, we'll have to do that. Time to get off the UNN Antigua and back to Wake Island Station, and not a month too soon. 5 months into your posting, the gunnery sergeant snapped during a training exercise and killed half a troop with live plasma fire before you tackled her. Woman moment. After that, you were in charge of the exercises, and in the months after, got pretty good with the low-energy beam weapons. Diversity higher.
Oh, thank you, Stefan. You beat me to it.
Sanku!
I'll still post.
The UNN Secretary General's office needs
So
a
I
full
can post it
staff of
everywhere.
armed guards. When things are dull, it requires a lot of standing around looking good in a uniform. When things are bad, It can require fending off a side terrorist assault. The Pleiades trading station's long been a haven for the black market. However, up until now, they have not interfered with the running of station operations. Recent reports indicate that the Pleiades command staff has been overthrown, and the station is under the control of a self-appointed magnate. This must be rectified and a Marine presence maintained on the station. The Colony Air Service gets the dregs of the fleet, and the Antigua is the dregs of the dregs. You'll learn a lot about recalcitrant machinery on a tour of duty aboard.
This already has better lore than 90% of games that imitate this.
The UNN Secretary General's office needs a full staff. The Pleiades trading station's long
maintenance is kind of.
However, the UNN Secretary General's office.
I think that's going to give me the ability. All right. Get back to Wake Island Station pronto! Your tour of duty at the UNN home office is finished. After a year of practice in the honor guard, you look sharp in a uniform, and you're a lot better at keeping your rifle in tip-top shiny condition. If you'd been bored much longer, you might have been tempted to take pot shots at the tourists. Still, the maintenance skill might come in handy someday. Guess it will.
Constantly.
Here we go.
One problem this game has is, like, you use your gun, like, 20 bullets later and it's half dead.
Yeah.
This ain't over.
Rickenbacker. This game would make a magnificent movie.
Shuttle A-138, you have clearance for landing on the Von Braun in Shuttle Bay 2. Welcome aboard, soldier.
$67 trillion miles from Earth. Oh boy.
Reinitializing memory streams. Restoring patient memory. Restoring memory. Restoring memory.
Steady yourself, soldier. This is Dr. Janice Polito of the computer ops staff of the Von Braun. You're safe for the time being. You're recovering from the effects of surgery and will be unable to remember any of the events of the last few weeks. You're on board the starship Von Braun and something's gone very, very wrong.
I don't remember this.
Some kind of force has hijacked this ship. That's why you volunteered to be implanted
Yeah, this
with
has been
some
added.
experimental cybernetic implants.
This dialogue wasn't
Rely on your
Yeah,
cyber
this was in
interface.
here.
It
But the
just might
FMV
save
here,
your life.
this is new.
You must find an elevator and come up to Deck 4 to meet me. Deck 4. Can you remember that? But keep your eyes open. They're after us both now.
I'm not sure it needed that, really, but whatever. That right there was there for the console kiddies, because this is now available on console. Can you believe that? System Shock 2 on console. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'm getting strange readings from that radar dish outside the window. It's become unstable due to... Move! Take cover!
Critical decompression hazard in the cryo recovery suite. Evacuate immediately.
Okay. Alright, there we go.
The Great Scalzini. What a week for President Trump. Oh wait, apologies. We should refer to him by his new official titles, either Daddy or Supreme Leader. I told you so.
through a secure airlock before you're sucked into space. Move it!
Access needed.
Why not hack that? Oh.
Double Geo. Razor, you were right about everything. I just have to ask, now that we know MAGA has been infiltrated, who do we trust? And how do we know who's legit?
I mean, as a rule, if someone has had a road to Damascus moment, from being either a leftist to being somehow they're a right-winger and they're immediately applying purity tests to other right-wingers who have been around a lot longer than they have, but they can't point to the moment when the road to Damascus occurred, as in the case of Candace Owens, as in the case of Ian Carroll. That's a good indication they're not someone who should be trusted. Probably an issue.
Great. Gotta change the access codes out of Cryo A again. Like I've got nothing better to do. I think Grassy just likes to make work for me. I'll set the new code to 45100.
Oh, really?
That should be easy enough to remember.
Yeah.
Well, very easy to remember.
Very easy to remember. You ever read Fahrenheit 451?
Not yet. I have to.
You should. It's good. At least watch the movie.
Warning. Decompression event imminent. Please move immediately to cryo recovery B.
It honestly, as dystopian novels go, I think Fahrenheit 451 has aged better than a lot of the Brave New Worlds and the Orwell stuff. Because whereas like Brave New World or you know, some of the Orwells, like in a lot of that it's kind of authoritarianism from on high down on the people. Not in all cases. They do tend to have a little bit of nuance to it. But in Fahrenheit 451 it's made pretty clear, no, it's the citizenry who demand the authoritarianism, right? It's cast as the book about burning books, but it's not about burning books. It's about the people being so wooed into sedentary lifestyles and basically emotional numbness that they demand that everything be inoffensive. And anything inoffensive to their sensibilities, anything politically incorrect, anything whatever, they ask the government to step in and burn it.
Yeah.
It is so much more relevant than almost any dystopian novel.
It isn't about...
Power cell is dead. There should be a recharger nearby. Just use it and it will recharge all the power-driven devices in your possession. After you've recharged the cell, plug it into the auxiliary power unit. That should open the airlock door. Be quick about it.
How do you do
the
this?
Vacuum seals won't hold up much longer.
Oh, there we go. I had to interact. Yeah, we're good.
Good. You've managed to get out before the whole area depressurized. I've just uploaded you some cybernetic modules. You can use them to upgrade your cybernetic rig at the upgrade units in this area. There are 4 types of units in the next room. One for each subsystem of your cybernetic gear. Stats,
Ooh, that mini-map.
weapons, and tech. But use the modules carefully. They're hard to come by.
Gee, that's the one thing that always got me. I'm uploading cybernetic modules to you.
Yeah.
You wouldn't download more RAM, would you?
Right. You wouldn't download a bicycle.
Sack Butt, thank you for the 20. Evening, gentlemen. Can you do Trump describing... Hold on. I don't think he spelled that correctly. Oh, I see. Autocorrect strikes again. Can you do Trump describing the Bajorans and the Kardashians' long-standing war, and how they don't know what the fuck they are doing.
The Bajorans think there's aliens in a wormhole. How can they even be in the wormhole? There's no air in there. It doesn't make any sense. And the Kardashians, they keep hiding behind their civilians in major populated areas. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. All right. They say family's really important, but then they hide behind their families. Whoa!
Can somebody let me out? I can't find my card. Please, let me out of here.
All right.
Access needed.
Nanites. Ah, this game is so great. Ooh, look at this. Ah! I fail. Okay, how are we gonna get in here? What's in here? Nanites!
John Horn, thank you for the 20.
Godspeed, and welcome to the stream, sir.
I have a movie recommendation for you. It is a werewolf film.
Nice.
Nice.
Split second.
From 2021, called The Cursed.
Okay.
Not to be confused with the 2005 Wes Craven film.
Okay.
It's probably the best werewolf flick I've seen since the 2010 Wolfman remake.
I like the 2010 remake. I did. Is it Curse of the Wolfman? The Hammer horror one is so good. So underrated. Decompression hazard. How did I get up there again? Was it up here?
Gutter Mofo, thank you for subbing for 55 months.
It was not up here.
Grant Ferris, I'm about to buy an NES for the first time.
Oh, it was this, right.
Do you have any game recommendations?
NES for the first time. Ooh.
I've got a few.
Yeah. Mega Man 2, 3, like all the Mega Mans.
All of them.
Zelda. Get Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong 3. Kung Fu's awesome. Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project. Yeah. There's so many. Mario 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Geez, like
the NES is a treasure trove.
It is. It's just chock full of awesome games.
You've said a lot of mine. I'll add original Kirby.
Right.
Kirby's Adventure.
There's the access card.
I'll add, there's Final Fantasy. There's, Fester's Quest was one of my favorites.
Oh my god.
Gauntlet. What else do I have? Snake, Rattle, and Roll. Played that for hours.
Okay. How do you get that open?
Let's see. Big Swing and Rich, thank you for the 20. Injunction. Junction. What is your function?
What?
Rounding up ons and mass deportation.
Alright. I think maybe that was supposed to be sung.
Yeah, but I don't do that. Generalissimo Liberty, thank you for reminding me. Of course, one of my favorite RPGs. Crystalis.
Yeah. Ooh! Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I love that game so much. It was probably my first RPG. Love that game. Oh, man! I thought I made it that time. I gotta get... Hold on. I think I saved right before Yeah, let's try it. Okay. I'm a retard. First person platforming is not my favorite. Man, he didn't grab on. What's the mantling system for? If you hit the edge... Are you kidding me? One more try. He just, like, falls off. Okay, I guess the jump button is more of a suggestion. Yeah, that's not...
I think it's too far away for you, man.
I guess.
Holds up space. It's tricky.
Oh, barely. Jeez.
Were you not holding it?
I was.
Oh.
Yeah, I was. Just, I was hitting it at the wrong angle. The mantling in these games is very, very tricky. All right. We got it! Yeah, I saved scummed. What about it? I mean, that was skill. Stats upgrade unit. Okay, I guess you can spend nanites to pump your skills up.
Brandon Whitley. Speaking of France, breaking news, they just surrendered to Iran and Israel. And probably everyone else.
And the president surrendered to his wife.
Yep. For Scenario X, YouTube won't let me see how many showed up. I missed your first one. I don't know what you're talking about. But that's, you know, normal. And Jetty Art, pronounced Shanth.
Yeah.
Shanth. Amen on Hammer's The Curse of the Werewolf.
Yes, sir.
Great film. Agreed on the 2010 The Wolfman. Godspeed.
Yes, so good. And, did a fantastic... Let's see if I can find it. Ah, there we go. My dude did a fantastic pinup in Ghost of the Badlands for the deluxe.
Now it's time to see which of our stories
version?
are based. Was this story based? Yes.
Yes.
Was this story based? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
If you thought this story was based, you're right.
Correct.
Is this story based? Did you think this one was based? If you thought this one was based, you're right. Is this story based? Yes. Although this story has been updated for our show, it's based.
The two stories tonight were based.
It's one of my favorites. I'll read that one here in a bit.
All right, here we go, everyone. Dude, this... Okay. This remaster is pretty damn good. Because it's literally just the original game with a few little tweaks here and there. Whoa! Woo! That was sudden. Can of soda.
Anyway, you were saying something?
It's literally just the original game with better visuals and a few little minor tweaks.
And it will play on modern systems. You don't have to fuck around with it. I love that. Just a game that's updated so you can just install it and play it.
Computer Xerxes is shut down the elevator as well. You can transfer power at the engine core on deck 1, which will get the elevator up and running again. But you can't use the elevator to get down there. Wait. There's some kind of maintenance access right on this hallway. You can use it to reach Deck 1. However, it's locked, and Xerxes is hiding the passcode from me. Dr. Watts should have the code. He's probably in the crew subsection. Grassi has the key to get in there, but he's in the medical subsection, probably near the biopsy lab. Now get to the medical subsection and find Grassi.
Act skill 2.
Grassi? Shouldn't it be just gross? Whatever. People with their weird fucking names. Lynn Hero. Evening, gentlemen. Razor, how about Trump reviewing Hideo Kojima's new game? Hideo Kojima's Death Stranding from Hideo Kojima Productions.
Yes, yes. Hideo Kojima presents a Hideo Kojima production in association with Hideo Kojima. What is the deal with Hideo? Why did I turn into Jerry Seinfeld all of a sudden? What is the deal with Kojima's hackery? Hideo Kojima puts his name all over everything, and I'm a guy who has his name in gold embossed lettering on the sides of a skyscraper. Believe me. Believe me. Also, he's wearing a wig. Believe me, I would know about that too.
Damn
Power
it.
outage has also taken out access to this bulkhead. It's the only
Fuck.
way to get to the medical subsection.
What?
Pick up the battery from the floor and find a recharger.
What?
The one you used before is in hard vacuum now.
What?
You got seen. The alarm's going off.
But there should be another one on this deck. Once you get the battery recharged, place it in the auxiliary override.
Thanks for the hypo. You thought? Game cartridge Swinekeeper. I am low on energy. Low energy. I'm like one fight away from saying, please clap.
Angela Rose. Any advice on helping a friend with depression? Buy him a hooker.
Helping a friend with depression. Just a moment. It's the exact same melee system as Thief. Thank you for the booze. Oh, I should have done that from the beginning. Okay. They just... How many was that?
A lot.
I know.
Well done.
Like... And that was after several. Helping a friend with depression. Don't play this game. No, you know, I was just reading in Proverbs. Proverbs 3:5, which is, you know, trust in the Lord and lean not unto thine own understanding. So I think the mistake a lot of people make when they're struggling with whatever it is, if it's depression or it's anxiety or it's temptation or whatever, a lot of times you try to make a lot of different like strategies and tactics of your own to try and overcome that and what have you. Whereas I think when you rescind your godhood and agency, it tends to be a more sovereign remedy. So there's a simple like 2-sentence prayer that Martin Luther talks about in the Large Catechism that I just discovered, recently as I was wrapping up my reading on that. And it's basically, you know, in a roundabout way, it's an admission of our own fallibility and stupidity. You know, it's basically just, I don't know anything in this world. I don't know how to deal with anything. I don't know how to remedy anything. I don't know how to help anything. I don't know if I have the agency or am even called to try and fix anything. But I do know one thing. I know that I am commanded to pray. Right? So it's a 2-sentence prayer. It's, Lord, you have commanded me to pray. Therefore, the second sentence is, therefore I offer this up unto you and rescind my agency in this, essentially. So in the moment, no matter what it is, if it's a severe depression, if it's a severe anxiety, if it's a severe temptation, if you have an addiction of some kind, if you're tempted in some way, the accompanying text on that is even more incredible, where it's kind of talking about how, you know, so often we try to address these things on our own. We try to oppose the devil on our own. And all that does is, and I love this statement, all that does is it gives the devil more room by which to enter. For, per, I think it's Revelation 21:5. I could be wrong on the exact verse, but it's said that the devil has a serpent's head, meaning he can like wedge himself in wherever there's an opening, right? So if you're trying to sort of lean on your own understanding to try and solve things in your own life, you're sort of just giving more of an opening for that serpent's head to sort of wedge in there. Sorry, that was a slightly lengthy aside and a little bit of a sermon.
Some more modules.
That would be my recommendation. Lean not on your own understanding.
You know you're being attacked.
What?
Nothing.
I have pew-pews aplenty!
Brandon Whitley. Mark Driscoll did a great sermon on depression a couple of years ago, speaking on Elijah. Highly recommended looking that up. I'm gonna go over briefly to Streamlabs and read some of those.
I love this one too. And this one's more about suicide. And it's Pastor Bob Beeman. He did this incredible sermon that I can't recommend highly enough that you watch the whole thing. It's on YouTube. Pastor Bob Beeman, kind of a heavy metal pastor who had a lot to do with bringing bands like Petra and Stryper and whatever to prominence back in the day. He has a YouTube channel. He's really good, but he has this brilliant sermon about, you want to kill yourself? Do it. Go ahead and do it. Specifically, when the soul is telling you to kill yourself, what it's really saying is, my current self is incompatible with the world and my circumstances. That's really what it's saying. So it's not that you need to not kill yourself, it's that you need to identify what the thing is within yourself that is ready to die. Look, don't avoid killing yourself, kill the part of yourself that needs to die. And only you know what that is. The addiction, the depression, the whatever that is.
Do it, bitch! Yeah. Come on!
Do it! I'm right here! Come on, kill me! But it's a
knife in me and turn it.
It's a brilliant sermon. You should seriously watch it.
See what's going on in there.
When you turn it. But to put a knife in me. I'm gonna shoot you right between the balls!
No, Doomsday Machine. I'll read it here in a bit. I just,
Damn. The power outage has also taken out access to this bulkhead. It's the only way to get to the medical subsection. Pick up the battery from the floor and find a recharger. The one you used before is in hard vacuum now, I'm afraid, but there should be another one on this deck. Once you get the battery recharged, place it in the auxiliary override.
I'll be reading Streamlabs now. Mercenary X, thank you for the combined 6. Make that 9, 12, 15. I'll get to all of those. Sorry to say, but Iran strike was nothing. Where was the nuclear fallout that was supposed to be in the area? I'm telling you, something else is going on. Dude got buried under like hundreds of feet of rubble.
Meanwhile, EA's stockholders survey their financial reports. Actually, I'm gonna get hit a lot of times.
Bop it.
I'm almost dead.
Yeah, that'll do that. He continues, did you notice that interview with Trump? And he said, central casting to a king and queen? King and queen? I'm sorry, but that isn't plain as day to you. I don't know how much more obvious. What's more obvious? What? Central casting to a king? What the fuck? It's nothing but body doubles. Dun dun dun. It's going to get more and more obvious as the days go by.
Something is becoming more obvious.
Be ready for this movie theater curtain to drop by November.
That insipid computer Xerxes is shut down the elevator as well. You can transfer power at the engine core on deck 1, which will get the elevator
Xerxes!
running again. But you can't use the elevator.
Oh, there we go!
There's some kind of maintenance access right on this hallway. You can use it to reach deck 1. However, it's locked, and Xerxes is hiding the passcode from me. Dr. Watts should have the code. He's probably in the crew.
Would you mind quitting jabbering?
To get in there, but he's in the medical subsection, probably near the biopsy lab. Now get to the medical subsection and find Grassi.
Like to frickin' biopsy you, bitch. Oh, come on!
What don't you fucking understand?
That was not fair. I mean, that was instant. Oh, let's try this.
That 20 comes from Matthew Harter. Razor, could you speak like an inch from that net thing or reconfigure it? You come off as a Peanuts parent character? He's not.
All right. Well, Darren and I have the exact same EQ on our microphones, so if I sound like one, he must.
May your search prove taintful.
All right. I already picked this up. Oh, it's a dead power cell. I have not seen a recharge station.
Yeah, he sounds fine. Quit ya bitchin'.
It's amazing how many people become audio engineers.
Yeah.
Watching stuff on YouTube.
Sitting here listening to it, it's fine.
Freaking hilarious, too, because half the, like, million sub-plus channels that I watch have horrendous audio.
Yeah.
Horrendous! And nobody says a thing!
It becomes more and more obvious every day how many of those channels are botted.
That is true. That is true.
I told you once about that one channel I saw 11 million subs and something like sub 100K views.
Yeah.
Like,
again
are
and
you
again.
not even a tenth of your audience?
Oh, well, hope you guys saw the rant this week, by the way. I did not really shout it out on social media. This was such a busy week. I didn't really.
And we'll have another video coming up here on Monday. Lynn Hero, best $5 I ever spent, so here's another.
May your search prove taintful.
Yeah.
Laughed so hard, I had to lay down. Well, hopefully that'll cure some depression.
Psy-hypo, a medical hypo. There we go. I need it.
Joshua Zero.
So this is, yeah. That's a cheery little image.
On most decks, you'll find a quantum bio-reconstruction
Oh man,
device.
I didn't need to use that.
Xerxes shut them all down, but I've discreetly put them back online. You'll to interface with each machine locally to provide a quantum entanglement sample.
Right.
Once you do that, the device will be able to rebuild your body essentially from scratch.
Oh, okay.
It's not pleasant, but it's preferable to slow decomposition.
Isn't that just called aging?
Joshua Zero, I was wondering if you could suggest books on dispensationalism.
Dispensation. Well, I'm not one, so.
Either for or against.
Oh.
Most I found have a slant that I'd prefer not to get sucked into. Stay amazing. God bless.
Yeah. What would be a good one, like, theologically speaking? You know, I recommend you read earlier books that are more transcendent and don't really... Because if you have a greater understanding of self...
I deserve this. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
If you have a greater understanding of predestination and things like that, the difference between single and double predestination and different ideas like that, I feel like you're less taken in by those ideas. So I recommend the Augustinian Confessions, the works of Aquinas, you know, that kind of stuff. And of course, as a Lutheran, I read a lot of like Johann Gerhard, and they do butt up against that idea. Even Martin Luther talks about it a fair amount in the catechisms. So, the Book of Concord is always a great resource. There we go. Wondering what quick save was.
Goddamn. Somebody's hacked into this thing again.
What?
I'm gonna tell Delacroix.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Mercenary X, call me wrong or schizo all you want, but when it happens that I'm proven right, I will just wait right here. Norm Al Man, apparently Ozzy Osbourne will have a farewell concert soon. Until the next one.
I thought I already had repair skill of 1, didn't I? Oh, well.
Would you care to take a moment to explain why he is overrated? Thanks.
Yeah, he's the Howard Stern of heavy metal. He doesn't write his own stuff. He at most does the vocal melodies, and even then he really doesn't do the melodies. He mostly just writes the lyrics. As soon as he stopped being paired with like a genius guitarist or bassist, like he used Bob Daisley a lot in the early days, along with Randy Rhoads, and then after that he used Bob Daisley in conjunction with Jake E. Lee. Then he let Zakk Wylde write an entire album, and it was the lowest charting album he had to date. That was No Rest for the Wicked, which admittedly it's not as good as The Ultimate Sin. It's not as good as Bark at the Moon. An okay album. But it was like after that, he noticed, oh crap, my career's going in the wrong direction, so I'll just hire a bunch of songwriters. So that's what he did. You look at No More Tears, you look at Osmosis, he basically just hires a bunch of outside people to write his stuff. And that's what he does today. You know, that's why he winds up doing his little collab with Post Malone and whatever. It's because now he's just hooked up with a bunch of industry insiders. He's kind of a hack, really. Without Tony Iommi or whoever the genius guitarist is that he's paired with, he doesn't bring much to the table. And it's not like he was ever an amazing singer. It's not even like he has that great of stage presence, to tell you the truth. It's not like he's Alice Cooper over there. That, and he's sold out at Mach speed once MTV came calling. Alright, let's see here.
Brandon Whitley again.
This is Xerxes. Please report any unauthorized database interactions to your direct superior. Remember, a smooth operation is everybody's responsibility.
Trump bail. They don't know what the fuck they are doing. Do I come into your country and leave sleeper cells? I'm trying to build an economy. It's fucking distracting.
Oh, good! Alright, I gotta listen to some of these logs.
Watch out. I'm getting strange readings from that radar dish outside the window. It's
Oh, that's just communication she sent you.
Take cover.
Why is it that no one listens to me? The security protocols on the Xerxes system are clearly immature. Some idiot hacked into the primary data loop last night and made Xerxes sing Elvis Presley songs for 3 hours. I finally had to pull the voice subsystem offline. What would happen if someone with a real agenda got into him?
Oops.
Marie, I've got to restrict access to engineering until we can figure out what to do
Drop
down
it.
there. It's just too hot. I don't know where all the hazard suits went, so I'm reduced to bringing down an armful of rad hypos. Those damn things always give me a headache.
I got called up around 0430 to help unload the shuttle coming back from Tau Ceti. Kerenskin was there alone. Jesus, what the hell happened to him? He'd lost most of his hair, and you could see these lumps on the side of his neck. And that smell. I told him he should go see Dr. Watts, but he told me to mind my own business. Well, la-di-da.
It's amazing. No one really talks about this, but in this existence, in this future, you can just cure radiation exposure.
Right.
People are essentially immortal because they have those quantum reconstructors or whatever they're called.
Right.
Nobody talks about it. It's just so casual.
I mean, Star Trek is the same way.
Best Way Killer, thank you for the 20 and welcome back.
You know, Picard should be dead, right?
Right. Uh-oh. Got Tainted Grail after seeing your stream. Liking it so far.
Yeah, it's good.
I totally cheesed the fight with the with Abigor by summoning wolves over and over to keep him busy while I backstabbed him and bled him out.
Love it.
Party! I've been unable to get in touch with Delacroix. This place is falling apart. Members of my team keep disappearing. The leaks in the venting shaft shorted out the primary access channel, and that means we'll all be on auxiliary power until we can get it back up. That means all the lifts are out. Marie, where the hell are you?
I don't have any real psionic ability, so we'll just have to shoot this. Got it?
Schlumbo.
Xerxes has control of the ship's security system. Avoid or destroy any security cameras you see. You can hack security computers to power down the cameras too, if you're good enough. But don't botch the job, or you'll set off the alarm yourself. Your corpse is useless to me.
Schlumbo. Hey, Razor. Ever read Gene Wolfe? Great author.
Not really, although I've seen their books, obviously, all over the place. Whoa! I always forget about this place. I don't know how much damage this will do. Let me try and peek shoot real quick.
Wow.
That won't do anything.
No, you need AP ammo.
Yeah. There's our armor-piercing bullets.
The man with no name. Called Wyatt. Nice. Roast CM Punk.
Roast CM Punk. I mean, honestly, did you see John Cena roast him himself? He kind of did a perfectly. That was one of the best John Cena promos I've ever seen, straight up.
Mage leader.
I mean, John Cena's supposed to be, CM Punk is supposed to be a guy in a combat sport that you can take seriously. And meanwhile, he's a dude who wrestles in panties and a shirt because he's got great big flabby tits and he's like 50 with a gray beard. You know what I mean? Like, the guy talks about how all these wrestlers are hurting the business and hard to suspend their disbelief, but then CM Punk walks in, 5'2", like, all of his moves, you can't believe them. He's good on the mic, and that's good. He's not Dusty Rhodes good on the mic, but he's good on the mic. He's a draw, you know, there's that. I just don't get the CM Punk thing, really.
Mage Leader, did you find the worm gun yet?
That insipid computer Xerxes has shut down the elevator as well. You can transfer power at the engine core on deck 1.
The second time you're telling me this?
Running again, but you can't use the elevator to get down there. Wait.
Ah,
There's
chemical
some kind
storage.
of maintenance. Each deck has a chemical storeroom where you can find the resources you need to research the artifacts you'll find around the ship. Don't try to carry around all the chemicals at once. It's impractical and unnecessary. Your research software will tell you what chemicals it needs and when.
Mage Leader, did you find the worm gun yet? I hear it's made of worms. It even fires worms.
Oh, yes? Is it anything like a rusty skull gun?
BMG Mount Rushmore video game flops. Oh, that's easy.
Ooh.
Yeah, you go first. I'll do mine.
Well, I mean, I like the game, but Duke Nukem Forever would have to be up there. Mass Effect Andromeda has to be up there. Geez, Dragon Age Veilguard now would have to be up there. What was it? Battlefield 2042 or whatever that is?
Yeah.
Oh, that would have to be up there. Resident Evil 6.
Oh, okay. That's 4.
Yeah, I'm trying to think off the top of my... I mean, there's some really, really big ones.
Here's mine.
Daikatana would have to be up there.
Daikatana was my number 1. Daikatana.
Which is not actually that bad of a game, really, if you play it.
Concord. Anthem.
Oh, yeah. Although I think Veilguard may beat Anthem at this point.
Do I put Veilguard up there? Is there anything worse? What was that fucking game that was promoted and hyped to the moon and just died? It even made the cover of Game Informer and like PSN. It had like a blue guy character. I think it's the game started with an A.
First Descendant. Hey guys, we have female ass crack and nothing else. This'll end well. Alright.
I mean, do you really consider Dustborn worthy?
Yeah, Dustborn would... I think the only reason that became even known... because it was like a government-funded game. It wasn't like it was hyped or anything. Is because it was so woke. Like, it was just retardedly woke. And so, the kind of culture war channels on YouTube started talking about it a lot. I don't think anyone would have known about it, really, otherwise. That was kind of a tax write-off. But yeah, it does look terrible.
This is
Whoa!
Remember,
Whoa!
authorized usage of firearms of all the Von crew is a Class 3 infraction.
Okay.
There it is. Found it. Thank you for whoever said that in the chat. That was Luke.
Life of Black Tiger.
Yeah, that's not even a game.
Jeez.
Damn.
Man, that explosion didn't do anything?
The game I was thinking of was Azuric, Rise of Parathia.
That was hyped. I never even heard about it.
It was on Game Informer. It was on PSN. Oh, Redfall. Maybe I replace Azuric with Redfall.
Oh, yeah.
Mercenary X, Fishtails, Addams Family, Ghostbusters, Black Lagoon.
I out of... This is not good. I need...
Filipino white boy, Tears and Rain as the Crypt Keeper. Do you even do a Crypt Keeper?
No, nor do I care to.
Back to Streamlabs.
Okay. That sucked. I think I'm out of armor piercing now. Ooh, is that a health hypo? Yes. Oh, I needed that. Oof.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Asim. Resident Evil. Operation Raccoon City. How can I forget?
Is Operation Raccoon City, though, a bigger bomb than Resident Evil 6, which was supposed to sell...
I am the law!
I mean, Resident Evil 6 had actual expectations.
That's true. When a game is actually supposed to be good and, you know...
I mean, sure, you could throw Assassin's Creed Unity.
Yeah,
right?
Throw that in there.
What is the switch ammo button? There's got to be a hotkey. Change ammo type B and F. Cool. All right. We all good.
Mercenary X protests in my area of San Diego again, mostly because ICE is sweeping the area for illegals.
Yeah.
Not far from where I am. Funny thing, the protests total only 10 people in 2 areas.
Yeah, I believe it, dude. The same thing was, gosh, it was so funny. There's so much crossover between boomer leftists and HOAs, right? So, like, my dad will be on Facebook with, you know, he's in a Facebook page with his HOA association, right? And they posted, there was like a post on there because they're all boomer leftists. Like, hey, are you going to come to the anti-ICE protest? And my dad, out of curiosity, drives past there and there's nobody. Nobody showed up. Nobody. So, which tells you what? Somebody had to have been paid to make the post, because otherwise, why would they think that? But then nobody showed up. So, entirely astroturfed.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
Right? All right, here we go. Now we've got that power cell. I forget exactly where it was.
He continues, I saw the staging area near the mall. ICE was staging at in order to start doing their
proofread.
Their sweeps. Somebody else did the video on Twitter.
Oh, right here. There we go.
Well done. I'm uploading some cybernetic modules. Find an upgrade unit as soon as you can.
All right.
Let's see here.
Where are we going?
Gaiman Newfie, thank you for the 20.
Good. You've managed to get into Med. Now find Grassi and get the keycard to the cruise sector. He's the one who monitored your cryo sleep, so he might be interested in joining you. If he hasn't been butchered yet.
Oh, that's a comforting thought. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Razor, help me out here.
What's up?
Why has the group Stop Killing Games advocating for the EU to have more regulations for their games? This will not save MMOs, but jack up their prices.
For the same, because you look at the names that are pushing it. What can you, in terms of gaming, can you think of a semi-recent controversy in gaming that they were all on the wrong side of?
You have accomplished much for a thing of such small consequence.
Love it. Can you think of that? Because I can. Taryn? Remember a normie controversy in gaming? I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. Call of Duty. And Battlefront.
And Battlefront.
You remember this controversy? And there was government regulation involved? Anybody remember? I made a video about it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Loot box regulation.
Yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. That didn't solve the problem, did it?
Nope.
No, it was just a bunch of asshole EU politicians, then a bunch of asshole Democrats jumped on. Yeah, let's regulate. Andrew Yang jumped in on that. Remember that crap? Remember it? Same thing. Same thing. Midwits.
Midwits always want more regulations.
Yeah, and it's like, it won't solve your problem. Go watch my my rant on loot boxes, because that was a big controversy at the time, and an awful lot of content farmers and culture warriors on YouTube jumped on that bandwagon. And those takes aged so terribly. Where'd he go? Whoa!
Mage Leader. The No Kings thing was faked here too. I watched the same group get bussed in gray vans from one town to the next over a few times.
Intruder entering Medical Sector A. Intruder, the many demands to know your intentions. Are you allied with her? Do you not know of her intentions, of her history? She once tried to destroy your species, and now you do her bidding. Intruder entering Medical Sector A.
Just let Steven Russell voice every character ever, please.
What don't you fucking understand?
Thank you, Christian, for backing me up on that.
Fiesta Cat. Missed the days when it seemed there were too many good games to count on the market.
Dude, when this game came out, I will never forget. At the time, it was like Dreamcast had just come out. And so you had like Soul Calibur, and I think Shenmue came out around this time too. System Shock 2 came out. Deus Ex was about to come out, which I was keeping my eyes on. I was still playing Thief and Thief Gold, right? Game after game. And that's to say nothing of the PlayStation games and stuff that I never had a PlayStation, but I still played games over at friends' houses and stuff like Resident Evil. Final Fantasy was on a real roll at this time, right? So many games came out around, and I was looking forward to Perfect Dark. This is all at this time when this game came out. You could not keep up with all the good games. A lot of people missed this masterpiece that we're playing here because they either had consoles or they just couldn't keep up with all the good stuff coming out. This game bombed at release for that reason. Oh, healing bench, I see. Alright, let's listen to some logs real quick.
Angela, while it may appear that the lab monkeys are communicating with each other, I assure you it's quite impossible. You claim that
That is the voice of Dan Thron, by the way.
one monkey signed the passcode for a supply closet to another, and the latter proceeded to open it. As I'm sure you know, there have literally been tens of thousands of studies of primate intelligence, and there is no evidence of behavior even remotely that sophisticated. So either you've single-handedly trumped the entire field of animal behaviorists, or you're badly in need of a vacation.
Yeah. Dan Thron, the kind of co-writer slash occasional voice actor slash cutscene artist on the Thief series. So if you look at those beautiful hand-painted cutscenes in Thief, he's the guy who painted those.
Fiesta Cat continues. Used to love going to the store with my money from mowing lawns.
Yes, dude, CompUSA.
Gray Matter.
Oops.
So how long before some Antifa types go missing in the Everglades trying to occupy alligator Alcatraz?
Healing bag. Whoa, what the? Whoa, the psychic monkeys!
War goat?
Monkey brains!
What
Dig in, Indiana Jones!
What hardball tactics or moves should the GOP be doing right now? Godspeed.
Hardball tactics or move... They're really bad at recognizing when the argument has turned against their competition and exploiting it. A good example of this would be Ketanji Brown Jackson right now is really embattled over her stupid dissent in that court case. What is that? That's an opportunity to forward an impeachment of a Supreme Court justice. Will they do it? Even though they have the votes in Congress? No. Because they're all institutionalists. That, to them, would undermine the institution of the Supreme Court, when the truth is that the Supreme Court has already undermined the institution of the Supreme Court, and impeaching a corrupt Supreme Court justice would actually lend more prestige to the Supreme Court. The public would be more inclined to trust it if they knew that activists who have no legal knowledge and no expertise of any kind or no qualifications to be a Supreme Court justice can in fact be subject to rebuke and reproof and removal ultimately. That would lend prestige back to the Supreme Court. There's an example, ouch, of a hard tactic that the Republican Party refuses to imbibe in. Damn. Damn. Through the freaking... What?
I'm gonna go back to Streamlabs here. Lagarticus, thank you for the 20. Need help settling something.
What's that?
Been playing Elite Dangerous lately. It's fun, but my wingmate got mad at me for attacking an NPC in front of a station. It was named Karl Marx.
You did the right thing. He is objectively in the wrong. Next question.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Tanagra, yeah.
Trump.
Their eyes uncovered!
Trump when the bombs fell. Israel and Iran when Daddy's home.
Oh man, can I find some more AP ammo? I could really use it.
You might witness some strange phenomena.
What, like psychic monkeys?
Cyber rig has an experimental perception enhancement that can theoretically detect residual psychic emanations. These emanations traditionally come from the recently dead. Literature might call them ghosts. I call them self-hypnotic defects in the R-grade unit. Don't let it distract you from the job at hand.
Hey, I don't believe in no ghosts.
Move along home. Al-Moraine, bomb Iran.
Oh,
Al-Moraine, yes we can. Al-Moraine, Trump can seal. Al-Moraine, a peace deal.
Oh, there was a freaking... Okay, I just saved, so...
Al-Moraine, we won't see. Al-Moraine, World War III.
You might witness some strange phenomena. Your R-grade cyber rig has an experimental perception enhancement that can theoretically detect residual psychic emanations. These emanations traditionally come from the recently dead. Literature might call them ghosts. I call them self-hypnotic defects in the R-grade unit. Don't let it distract you from the job at hand.
Will that bring him running?
Fiesta Cat, as a JD, Jackson's Descent had me rolling on the floor.
It was so ridiculous. It's freaking Reddit language in it, bro. But that's a classic example of what I'm talking about. Huge opportunity, huge, for the Republican Party to seize on public contempt for this woman, to forward the idea of judicial review, and instead, they do nothing. Because they're institutionalists, because they think that that will hurt the prestige of the Supreme Court. What business is going to have oversight?
You have accomplished much for a thing of such small consequence.
Oh man. Shoot, not high enough hack skill. I'll have to become a YouTube video essayist, then my hack skill will be higher. But like what? What? No, where did he come from?
Shoot the monkey.
Like, can you even name a company that could have, like, someone periodically reviewing the performance of its employees where the company would not be improved by it? You know what I mean? Having some kind of overview on the performance of the people in your shop is pretty much a overall positive, provided those people are not corrupt. Which, granted, Congress, but I would argue the Supreme Court is far beyond even Congress in terms of corruption at this point. Because there's no oversight on the Supreme Court.
Did you think I'd forgotten you, insect?
Yes! Stupid monkey! Oh, what happened?
You're being irradiated. Get out of the room.
Oh.
I hope you have some rad hypos.
Yeah, I do.
Sorry, I don't mean to mother you. Where was I?
Isn't there a healing bench back here?
Yeah, I remember you were looking at it. It's got the thing on the side of it.
There we go.
Those are really rare. The Dancing Tea. Thank you for that 20. I know you've been a YouTube creator for over 10 years.
This is Xerxes. Why do you persist in your loneliness?
Forever alone.
Shoot him in the face.
Reminder that this game is a massive critique of collectivism. Alright, there we go.
You've been a YouTube creator for over 10 years, but can you share any experiences where you've followed a channel or creator and watched them climb and then eventually burn out? For me, it was Mega64.
I did watch.
Take your damn clothes off.
I did watch Mega 64 for a while. Didn't they recently put out a video on Death Stranding? It was actually kind of funny. They were running around with like a huge bunch of packages on their back and just like falling down in front of like stores and stuff. People were like, "What the fuck?" No, I mean, probably Spoony, but that doesn't have so much to do with content creation, I don't think, as it does just he had mental struggles. It just is what it is. Some people struggle with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't attribute to anything that happened with him to, like, his channel or his content creation.
Yeah, I think it had more to do with just his personal issues.
Yeah. Error Biscuit.
I need repair skill!
Don't want to sound black-pilled, but I'm afraid we'll never see any meaningful rollbacks to the NFA.
Yeah, I was pretty disgusted at what happened. Did you hear? there was originally a I forget what it was called, like Hearing Protection Act was in the big beautiful bill, and quietly while all this controversy was going on with Iran and Israel, what happened? They removed it. So now we're going back to regulations on silencers that really don't accomplish anything. And I'm sure the rationale there was the freaking assassin that basically admitted that he was radicalized by Tim Walz, a pro-gun control leftist.
Dee has a question. After Dr. Thunder, which do you prefer? Dr. Pepper or Pip Extra? Thank you.
Dr. Pepper is straight up like my favorite soda. It's really good. Oh man, what am I gonna do? I do not have any AP.
Stealth Creations, we already made a new historical precedent with Congress withholding a vote for Congress Majority Leader. Not seen since, checks notes, the Civil War. No reason we can't impeach a judge by that metric now.
Exactly. No, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true, and of course, if the left had the opportunity and the majority, they would take it immediately. Which is why it makes it all the more frustrating that the so-called right will not. And no, that isn't woke right. These are the standards that the left have laid down for conduct. It is not an inversion of your morality to apply the standards your enemy applies to you to themselves. It is not. These are the rules they chose when they were in power. Monkey!
Norm Al, man. I ran. You hit me. Biden never hit me. Trump. I'm not Biden. Spank that monkey.
There was no spanking going on. Where'd that come from?
What is a drop of rain compared to the storm?
What is a thought compared to a mind?
You can see Ken Levine was already thinking BioShock here.
Our unity is full of wonder.
Is full of wonder, which your tiny individualism cannot even conceive.
There's already some Ayn Randy stuff popping up in this game. Okay, I can at least take the medical hypo.
Matthew Harder, thank you for the 20. I got a job as an order selector, i.e. fast box mover with a quota, from a big corpo. My colleagues are tired of me saying, "Mangoes, Arthur, mangoes."
Well done. I'm uploading some more modules.
When I move mangoes and Tahiti, Arthur.
Sounds like a skill issue.
How can I make them laugh? Unfortunately, you can't make them have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Most of these people probably enjoyed the comedy of Dane Cook when he still made it. You gotta keep this in mind. When the majority don't laugh at you, remind yourself that the majority laughed at Dane Cook and Steve Martin in the 70s.
Oh, hold on. Dane Cook's a comedian? Mercenary X, why are you shooting Diddy Kong all the time?
Right?
Diddy's not a racist. Monkey. Where did I leave off over here?
Can I heal again?
Oh, here we go. Jonathan, thanks for the stream, Razor. What's
Yes,
your
sir.
favorite?
Thank you for coming, and I hope you're enjoying the remaster, 25th anniversary remaster of System Shock 2. We finally got it.
Looks like it runs like really smooth.
It does. And it looks so good in ultra wide.
He says, what's your favorite branch of the military, and which special forces unit do you have the most respect for? Delta, SEALs, etc.
I almost joined the Air Force, so that'd probably be it. I don't know if I have a favorite beyond that. I have some relatives who are Marines. I need some armor piercing, man. Come on. This would not please Judge Dredd. Ow.
Jimbo the Friend. Read Fahrenheit 451 in middle school. First novel I ever read in one sitting.
So good.
Bradbury has since become my favorite author. Also a man of the pulps. Wrote for Weird Tales.
A lot of those early sci-fi writers came from the pulps. Alright.
He's fat!
Radiation hazard.
Body. Loot the body.
But, oh, that body. I didn't see him.
Did he have anything? Ooh, careful.
There's a thing here. There's another thing here.
You know, the thing.
Yes. Ah, decontamination. That's
Does that
helpful.
actually get rid of your... Oh,
Yes.
I forgot about that.
What do you think it's for?
Yeah.
I love that. There's actually some in-game logic for that instead of just being there for aesthetics like in most games.
Yeah, yeah. Cost Lego Man says, thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for being here.
Yes. We've been looking forward to playing this for a while.
Yeah, the moment I heard it, I was like, hell yeah.
And this being announced kind of came out of nowhere. We weren't given a lot of prelude on it. I need to listen to some logs now, because I have a couple that I picked up.
Now, see, I'm not sure how the multiplayer works. Would I be able to just drop into this game? Would I be able to... Would it have to be a new character? Could I upload my character that I've been playing in my single-player game?
We have to start the game co-op, if I remember correctly.
Oh, it's one of those.
I think?
I can't raise anybody down in engineering. With the lifts out, I'll need to get down there through the emergency conduit in the Psionics. I think the access code is in Watts' lab.
Alright.
Since returning from the surface of Tau Ceti 5, the patient has experienced numerous novel phenomena, evidenced by inflammatory nodular growth and the presence of a large worm-like parasite.
Oh!
This morning, the parasite penetrated the subject's chest from the inside and attached one end of itself to the subject's forehead.
What?
If I remove it, it could kill the kid. If I leave it... Final diagnosis beats the hell out of me. I'd love to refer this to Medorsky at CDC.
Welcome to socialized medicine.
67 trillion miles away.
Damn it, I'm a doctor, not a doctor.
Whose idea was it to bring 150 chimpanzees on board anyway? The interest of science? What about the interest of hygiene? Does anybody have any idea how much crap 150 lab monkeys make in a day?
That's not the worst bodily fluid they emit.
The most historic mission of all time, and they end up being chopped into little pieces in the name of progress.
Patient Watson died at 0240 of non-specific causes. Despite zero respiratory and brain function, the body is still displaying autonomous motor function, as does the parasite. At 0847, the patient even spoke to one of the nurses. Autopsy is set for 1630, and then we'll see what makes this Lazarus tick.
Yeah, you sure will.
Medical tells me they've replicated a whole bunch of rad hypos. I'm gonna pick those up and distribute them to the engineering staff unless anyone gets a better idea.
All right.
Watts also asked me to check on the replicator
There we
in
go.
the crew lounge. He says it's a hacker's paradise.
System Shock, of course, as we talked about in our retrospective, was really sort of the first game that pioneered the idea of the audio logs on the abandoned space station and whatever. We've seen that so many times now. And really the idea was they wanted as few things that were video gamey in the video game as possible. So their problem really philosophically was when you played an RPG like Arena, Daggerfall, whatever, once you talk to someone, boom, suddenly you're playing a video game. Suddenly you've got to choose your own dialogue response thing. I mean, these are video gaming conceits that we're still using in 2025. That's how little progress, and if arguably how much regression we have experienced in the video game industry since. The idea behind Looking Glass was we want as few video gaming barriers to immersion as humanly possible. So the idea was, well, if conversations can't really be simulated properly in a video game, if that reminds you that you're playing a video game, then we arguably need to get rid of them. So what's the solution? Everybody on the station's dead. That's it. And you're getting little bits and pieces of information that you need, the information that you would otherwise get from super video gamey dialogue, from the audio logs. And boom, it was one of the most immersive ideas in a long, long time in video games, and everyone's ripped it off ever since. So that's really where that comes from. It was kind of an experience they had after creating Ultima Underworld, which System Shock is essentially Ultima Underworld in space. Let's...
Nick Rutland, always enjoyed this game. Thanks for the stream.
Yes, sir.
Back to Streamlabs. We've got Mr. Reese with the 50. Thank you so much. Hey, Razor TGN chat. Loved your link. Monkey.
Did my... What just happened? Oh, God. It broke.
Beat the monkey.
Now I'm spanking the monkey.
Loved your latest rant. On a
wow. Surveillance cameras on the whole time, huh?
On a side note, I actually once imagined Roger Moore as the Shadow in the pulp story, The Black Master.
Nice. All right. He wouldn't have been bad. He really wouldn't, especially in that period where Roger Moore was in America a lot, doing American television and stuff. And his accent got a little less London and a little more, you know, that's right. A little bit less London, a little bit more less British, and a little more transatlantic.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
Ooh, that was close. Ooh, that was close. Hoo-ha. Oh, this is that. Okay. I've been here before. What is this? I don't know, but I probably shouldn't stand in it. Okay. Said I needed to reach someone's office.
Crossfire. So we had a member of Congress scream that the right should keep Dr. King's name out your mouth. I think we need some standards so that ratchets are kept out of DC.
Right?
Thoughts?
You ain't wrong. Whoa! Oh man, I have no gun. I have no gun.
Out of gun juice.
I am out of gun juice. Alright. Okay. He decided he wanted to bounce.
Good. You've made it into the crew sector. Now find Dr.
Ah, Virgin Mary.
It's scary that this is a real thing now.
Yeah, it is a real thing now.
Yep. TVs can display heart. There are specific TVs built to do it.
Magazine picked up.
Matthew Hammond, if no one shows up for a protest, does a leftist still get paid?
No.
No. The answer is no.
Hopefully he doesn't come down that hallway. This came out of the Jewish tunnel, I see.
Zach Lime. Didn't even know we had a parliamentarian and had to look it up. First one appointed in 1935. Why do we keep so many terrible policies from FDR and...
Welcome, RazörForce. You're a big, beautiful audience. So vast. Razor, you're doing an excellent job at the game. The greatest. Maybe I do a bit better. I don't know. Taryn, you're wonderful. Keep it up. If you'll excuse me, I have to go deport Dora. She's explored too much. She has to go back.
Thank you for stopping
she
by,
explored
Mr.
the wrong side of the border.
I will get to that one in just a second.
All right. Oh, what's down here?
Why do we keep...
Hello? Oh, it's broken.
Why do we keep so many terrible policies from FDR and progressive eras?
That is because of the greatest generation. The quote-unquote greatest generation. And never forget that the greatest generation elected FDR, what, 4 times? And Hoover before that, who was basically proto-FDR. Never forget, they sold your future down the river. And then every single time it was discussed, hey, wait a minute, this Social Security thing really isn't constitutional. They threw a fit and elected anyone who promised to keep Social Security, a completely unconstitutional concept. It was determined to be unconstitutional multiple times by the Supreme Court, and then FDR's lawyers decided to lie to the Supreme Court and call it insurance, even though they didn't change it in any material aspect. And then it was allowed to go through, which didn't even make constitutional sense anyways. That's the greatest generation for you. They held down those policies so hard for so long, and Republicans helped them do it. Make no mistake. You know, Republicans got... there was an absolute Republican massacre. Oh.
Did you think I'd forgotten you? Insect.
Log. Gosh, I've got to upgrade. Gotta upgrade. There was a Republican massacre, like one of the biggest red waves ever in the aftermath of World War II, because people started to check the balance sheet and go, FDR and Truman spent what? There were how many communists in the OSS? Excuse me? Like, McCarthy doesn't come out of a vacuum. McCarthy comes out of the post-1946 red wave that happened. Like I've said before, there was a second Great Depression that was even deeper than the original one in 1946, basically because FDR and Truman had been lying about how much they'd been spending, about how well the economy was doing. They had lied about... They basically cooked the books economically to say we're coming out of the Depression, when we really weren't. Ah, cool. So they just got massacred in 1946, in 1948. They got destroyed. But Republicans, unfortunately, didn't really have the balls to stick to it, as you can see by the fact that they sold McCarthy down the river, ultimately. Can you read these, or just... No, you just... Okay, whatever.
I'll read some of these recent ones, then I'll get back to the list prior.
Yes. May your reading prove taintful.
That 100 came from a Metalhead Madman. Says, hi guys, how about this crappy update, huh? There's some, yeah, your names are all like highlighted with an @ for some reason now.
Huh?
Yeah, it's weird.
YouTube streaming was changed again?
Yeah. I'm not sure what they did.
Oh,
but,
man, I need a psionic, some kind of... Oh, well. I got 5 modules. I'll hold on to them, and it'll make it so I can upgrade a little quicker.
I'm not sure what they did. Like, did they take away custom names? Is it like your Google name now? I don't know. G. Ford. Razor, is AI really gonna take our gerbs?
Is AI gonna take your gerbs? If you are the kind of person who has been using shortcuts digitally, like digital artists who didn't have enough talent to work traditionally, your ass is grass. And you deserve it. People warned you that that was gonna happen. That's on you. If you didn't learn traditional disciplines to keep yourself in demand, you're screwed. You are screwed. But you brought that on yourself. Other people? No. I mean, every time there's been a major, like, gosh, this is a pretty minor technological leap compared to what happened during the Industrial Revolution. I mean, think about this. You went overnight in, like, under a 10-year period from human beings picking cotton in a field to the cotton gin, to mechanized agriculture overnight. You went from writing stuff by hand with a quill and an inkwell to a typewriter. You went from sewing stuff with a loom or by hand to a sewing machine. All this happened in a 10-year period. That is a quantum leap compared to this. Quantum leap. So I think a lot of people freaking out about this don't have much of a history education, which they watch history YouTubers. They wouldn't have much of a history education. Most of these people are failed high school history teachers.
Alerted to your presence, intruder. The glory of the many demands your capture or destruction.
So you got to kind of keep this in perspective. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's going to change some things up. You're going to have to learn some new things. Some people are going to have to go to school. But honestly, like, most people who have their jobs, you're only going to, let's say you're in your late 40s or something, you're only going to be working for another 20 years or whatever, maybe. Anyways, your job's not going away in 20 years, most likely. Right? It's going to take a while for that stuff to be completely phased out anyways. It's the next generation who are going to have to deal with it, and they haven't even gone to college yet. So they're already going to learn the skills that they need to adapt to an AI environment. This is propaganda about this was written about the sewing machine. Propaganda was written about this, about the cotton gin, and every other advance technologically, and those were much greater advances in terms of technology than AI will ever be. AI is an algorithm machine. We've already had that. It's just a slightly more advanced version of it. And I would add, a lot of what's being written about AI is rank exaggeration, if not explicit lies. What on earth? Just standing around drinking champagne? Boy, I really am part French, aren't I?
Volcanicus Rex. I need to get glasses for my phone. Not sure how, but it lost its contacts. Very good.
Grenade rounds! Ooh.
Tyler, would you agree that the influence of mobile and fixation on graphics above all else caused the regression in gaming? DS, Death Stranding, Kojima, roast, stream, win. Godspeed.
Do I believe that caused the regression? No, I think risk aversion did. I think in the sense that graphics cost more, good graphics cost more, and high rendering technology sometimes costs more. Technically, developer tools have become cheaper, but graphical fidelity still costs quite a bit, especially as I think another thing is games have gotten so much bigger and longer, right? Giggity. And turgid and veiny. No, they've gotten huge. Games have gotten huge. And that costs money, even if developer tools don't cost as much.
Come on out, you rapist!
Obviously, the Pence and Aaron Horn.
I can't go down here because I can't hear. Look how pumped he looks!
Fucking love that one.
But I think it has a lot to do with that, right? As it costs more to make a game that is that long and that has that much going on, games that big and short, that also have that high of graphical fidelity, the publishers become more risk averse. And you don't have to twist publishers' arms to become risk averse. They're already risk averse.
Rest in peace.
So it was like not hard to get them to become risk averse anyways. And then you added more cost on top of that. And basically more incentives to become more risk averse. I mean, look at the 90s, dude. Whenever something took off, remember when RTSs took off and suddenly everyone was making RTS games? Just out of nowhere. It was this huge explosion of RTS. Or when Rock Band and Guitar Hero came out. Everyone suddenly wanted to make a rhythm game. Everybody. The industry's always been that way. Now you make it super expensive to make the kind of game that makes millions of dollars. Like the games that make tons of profit, like Red Dead 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5. You know, they're going to become very, very, very averse to risk. So I think that really is what it is. The quality of games has gone down because they're making games that are just trying to be other games. I also think the Sony exclusive TM had a big part to play in that. Suddenly everything had to be a God of Uncharted Zero Dawn, right? Everything was the same. Sorry, Taryn, say it.
Collectibles? What?
No. It was a every game ever.
Ah. It's my catchphrase.
Yes.
Every game ever.
There we are. It was a every game ever.
Over.
And some really, really, really bad games, they blew smoke up everyone's ass to pretend that they're great when they're really pretty samey and not very good because they were Sony exclusives and Sony paid them too, let's be honest.
Security system.
Goddamn Bronson and her stupid procedures. She's changed the code on the MedSci 2 sub-armory again. Now I've got to head back up to Deck 4 to find out what it is. Somebody's gonna frag her but good someday.
Wow, you're incredible. Do you know that? I made this game where I tried not to make myself think about you. What a moron. I love you, Rebecca, and I've got a plan. I've been buttering up the captain to transfer me from the Rickenbacker to the Goodwill team on the Von Braun. Pretty soon, nothing will keep us apart.
Hold.
Well, that was more of a Spanish accent. Listen to him, calmly eating chocolate like a Spaniard.
Stealth Creations, I would love to read your $50 dono. That makes no fucking sense, and I'm sure it sounded hilarious in your head.
Whoa! 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 How is that broken? How is it broken? Can I repair this yet? I got a little bit of repair skill. Okay.
Mr. Reese, the cotton gin freed more slaves than Abraham Lincoln.
True. Economics often do that. I mean, it was all... Look, slave labor was already on its way to becoming serfdom, as I've pointed out many, many times in the South.
And you can't do a damn thing about it.
Except send you back to the people in a body bag.
And so, given enough time, slavery would have gradually turned into serfdom, and if history's any guide, serfdom would have turned into liberated serfs. Right? Like Russia had freed its serfs right before the American Civil War. It was already headed in that direction, which is why it's so intellectually insincere to claim that Abraham Lincoln freed anyone. Oh, man! Come on, man. I destroyed my pistol. Ugh. Okay, can I... What about the shotgun? I have some shotgun ammo. Can I repair that, maybe?
Where did I leave off over here? MC Corleone, Yaron Brook, said Trump is an idiot who should have shut his mouth and let Israel continue its missile strikes for a week. He thinks the fanatical Ayatollah must die and won't respond to Trump's offers.
Okay. Well, if Yaron Brook thinks that the Ayatollah runs Iran, then it explains a lot about how big a retard Yaron Brook is, as I've explained many times. And this is like, dude, this is not me having any kind of expertise on Iran. This is basic year one knowledge of how Iran works. Iran's government is not run by the Ayatollah. It is run by 3 branches of its government. It is run by a kind of triumvirate of the executive, meaning the president, the Ayatollah and the mullahs, and the military. That Triforce runs Iran, and they're constantly undermining each other and infighting. There's these internecine struggles between the 3. The executive's the weakest of the 3, but in a way it winds up playing tiebreaker sometimes because the military and the Ayatollah are so strong that if one or the other has an advantage and the executive decides to err on this side of the other, it can kind of change the balance, right? If Yaron Brook doesn't know that basic fact about Iran, Yaron Brook should go ahead and shut up about Iran. Like, learn anything about Iran, dude. I'm begging you.
Sir Ubisoft.
I need a pistol.
This is Xerxes.
Ooh.
Remember, replicator restrictions are in place for the good of all of us. All unauthorized database interactions will be dealt with.
Oh god, this is where the leak's from? This is toilet water I was walking in?
Sir Ubisoft, seeing how much Death Wish 3 is a fun movie to play, would you call Escape from LA equivalent to Death Wish 3 when it comes to the action and hype?
What is it?
Death Wish 3 and Escape from LA.
Kinda? Wow. Escape from LA... I would say Escape from LA is a little different in that it is conscious of the genre that it is parodying. By the time Escape from LA came out, the 80s action genre not only had been established, it had already declined. So Escape from LA was basically, hey, let's make fun of the 80s action movie together without the wink and the nod. And that's why midwits like Movie Bob miss it. They miss that it's a parody of 80s action movies. Because John Carpenter isn't going to insult his audience by winking and nodding. So midwits get filtered by Escape from LA and think that Escape from New York is the superior movie, when really Escape from LA takes everything that Escape from New York did, but like kind of adds this self-conscious element and moves it even further. Oops. Anything back here behind the bed? No, I can't get over there.
The number 1 schmuck.
Security control station.
Longtime Starbucks drinker. Yeah, I know. It's convenient. What do you want from me? I finally drove out of my way to try Dunkin' Donuts.
Ooh.
That iced Dunkalatte hit just right.
Forget it, dude. You're done. You're addicted.
Yeah, it's
You're
over.
finished. The Dunkalatte. Stay away.
So
it's so good.
It's so good.
It's so good.
What else is good at Dunkin'? Right now, they've got,
Watts isn't here, so he's probably in his office in the R&D sector. Maybe he's got a backup R&D card in here.
Yeah.
Take a look around.
I've got it. I don't need 2 of these.
Good work. Here are some more cyber modules. Spend them wisely. They're not easy to locate.
So there's something that you can locate and yet upload to someone else.
Hmm?
Is this like crypto, or how does this work?
You know, when you break it down, the way currency works in System Shock, and Deus Ex for that matter, is kind of like crypto.
Hmm.
Kind of interesting.
Deus Ex and System Shock predict
the future yet again, yes. I don't know that... Would you say, like, any game has predicted the future more than Deus Ex? Like, people try and give that to Metal Gear Solid 2, but it's kind of like...
Oh, fuck off!
No, Metal Gear Solid 2 is like a Disneyland version of what Deus Ex did. And it's a year after Deus Ex anyway, so it's like... Kojima can't even claim that he came up with that on his own.
That's such horse shit.
It's the console kitty version of Deus Ex in a way.
What was I gonna say? What else is good at Dunkin'? Right now, they've got a Coca Mocha latte, which is really good. And they also have these, strawberry lemon loaves that are also really good. Do you have any recommendations?
I always like the iced latte over there. They're like, the coolers, like, blue raspberry lemonade coolers are real good too. They're like just like slushies kind of. They're delicious. What's that? A bag of chips.
The Copper Owl. The Frisco stabber has been having a bad month. Indicted. Parents spent all the money. Mother declares war on Aryan bros. Dad rats him out. He's DOA. I heard
Got it! I repaired the shotgun!
Good shit. I heard that the parents spending all the money was actually not true.
Oh, I don't have the stats. I almost do, though, and I have some upgrade modules, so I'm gonna...
Luke Horowitz, Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee, who's the better star? It's kind of not fair because Bruce Lee died. So, like...
Bruce Lee has a higher batting average, for sure.
Potential threat detected.
What?
Potential threat detected.
Dang it!
Oh, yeah. Snacks. Thoughts on TMNT X Cross Naruto comic?
Oh god, one of the worst comics ever published, dude. I read a few pages of that. It was insufferable and unreadable. Just a classic IDW miscalculation. Just, hey, this'll make some money until people realize it's shit. Like, that's... So IDW in a nutshell, dude. Did I open this? I need a hack skill.
Somebody said something in the chat. Shame that Jackie Chan is a proud communist. I think that's one of those things where he really, literally has no choice.
He is being blackmailed because one of his relatives is in, like, a gulag.
Yeah, and his son got caught with, like, weed or something.
It was something, and the CCP basically has compromat on Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
Jeez, what, are you ever looking in any other direction? I need to get in that room! Watch, it'll still be in this direction. Yep! God, it just blatantly cheats. Blatantly. Screw you.
Devoxia, thank you for subbing for 26 months. Oh, look, true representation. No, no.
Ah! Are those worms?
Buckeye Nut.
Hazard.
Oh.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Toxic worm hazard?
Everyone go call and post on X to your senators' phones and X accounts. And John Thune's over...
This is what I almost got killed over? The freaking...
The bathroom.
The freaking bathroom?!
John Thune's overruled the parliamentarian and get the short and HPA acts back into the OBBB. Big Beautiful Bill.
Yeah, the Big Beautiful Bill.
Deregulating, yeah, we know what you mean. Suppressors.
We want the ban on suppressors lifted, and we want that part of the Big Beautiful Bill added in. It sucks because there was some good stuff in the Big Beautiful Bill that I want to pass. They just, the left and institutionalists made sure that they jammed as much pork into that piece of crap as possible. I think I can move to the next area if I want to, but first... Stats. Okay, what's the requirement for this? Modification level 0.
Let's go
Item
back.
requires standard of 3. Is that a strength standard? Or let me look at weapons. Ah! Oh, almost. Almost. Okay. So we're almost there. We've got a standard of 2. We'll be there soon.
Shlomo Bagelstein.
In the meantime, I'll lay the pipe. Actually, let me listen to some logs that I picked up. Oh, I got one.
Marie, I'm sorry I've been out of touch, but I've been working on that artifact Bayless brought back from Tau City 5. I've done a level 3 analysis on it. I think it's some kind of artificial intelligence. I've managed to pull an audio tag file out of its memory. I'll let you be the judge.
What? That's not a good sign.
Marie, I think it's speaking English.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah, so they're light years away from Earth and they found an artificial intelligence that speaks English. And apparently they also found worms. Interesting, interesting.
Oh, is this where I came from? Yes, it is.
May our search prove taintful.
Yeah. Let's go back. This is where I came from.
Shlomo Bagelstein. Trump just attacked Iran. We're on the brink of World War, and it's gone.
And it's over. I can't remember if I picked up the code or not. Yeah, strange AI.
Security system.
Goddamn Bronson and her stupid procedures.
She had to go somewhere to get it.
Side-2 sub-armory again. Now I've got to head back up to Deck 4 to find out what it is. Somebody's gonna frag her but good someday.
Deck 4. Is Deck 4 where I just was?
Generalissimo Liberty. Lol that opening. T-Boogie is working out. Bubba Doom. We must remember that Satan has his miracles too. John Calvin. Any word on the Big Beautiful Bill vote? Yeah, when does that supposed to happen?
Alright.
Number 1 Schmuck, thank you for the 2. Here we go. The Hawkeye full? Which Hodge twin was that at the start of the stream?
God.
BDMG. Death Stranding 2 is total globalism propaganda.
Alright. I mean, the first one was, remember Kojima's stupid interview about Death Stranding 1? Trump is building a wall. This game is about building bridges. Like, why do you people give Kojima games a shot? Why do people give this guy the benefit of the benefit of the benefit of the benefit of the doubt? Like, this guy could just crap in your mouth and you'd be like, 10 out of 10, game of the year all year.
We have picked up a transmission from the surface of Tau Ceti 5. I've been in negotiation with Captain Diego of the Rickenbacker, and after some coercion, he's agreed to go planetside as a joint venture. Imagine, this historic mission might even become more historic. First contact. And who is there to get exclusive rights to all media, patents, and land grants? Trioptimum. Miri, I told you this would be worth it.
This heads to science. Let me see the transcript on that one. Procedures was the name of it.
Security system.
Goddamn Braun
Med-Sci sub-armory.
She's changed the code on the Med-Sci 2 sub-armory again. Now I've got to head back up to Deck 4 to find out what
there
it
we
is.
go.
Somebody's gonna frag her but good someday.
The big beautiful bill passed. The vote on it was tonight.
Cool.
May your search prove taintful.
Let's see. Jeg's Dino God had a 12-ounce bison ribeye at a game meat restaurant for my birthday. Best steak I had in my life. Yes, I ordered it rare because I like women, Razor. Godspeed.
Alright, there we go.
Error Biscuit. Seems like devs in the 90s and early aughts were fueled by ambition, but stifled by technology. And now game devs are rich in technology, but poor in ambition.
True. Although, I don't know, within the context of what they were doing, it's pretty amazing what devs were able to accomplish. They were able to accomplish things that modern devs can't. You compare Thief to Dishonored. Dishonored doesn't even have sound propagation. You know, like, they don't... The Dark Engine could do stuff that Dishonored can't. Which is why the stealth is so bad in Dishonored. I'm just wondering where... Yeah. Okay. Right, this is that irradiated place. This is... Medstat. There's a turret over here that wants to blow me up.
Freddy Fat Flaps. I'm mad at you, Taryn. You didn't read off my racist dad joke during the hunt stream. Lol, get fucked.
Screw you!
The Great Scalzini. Was that self-aggrandizing opening monologue describing Shodan or any modern-day woman in America? It was pretty hard to tell.
Right.
Let me refresh that.
Demoniacal, egocentric, BPD ravaged AI, hell-bent on world domination, and they made it a woman. What did they mean by this?
Pure coincidence.
Yeah. What did Looking Glass mean by this? Can't get into that. I'm gonna use that. Okay. Crew quarters. Medical is that way.
The disciple of Rock.
This is the way I came.
Of Rock, sorry. Saw some people blaming the New York City mayor primary on Trump bombing Iran.
What?
Anti-Zionists are really dumb.
Party! Guys. You don't think it has something a little more to do with the fact that the Republican Party in New York is basically a complete non-entity? That it's basically been uninterrupted one-party rule for years, and even the few Republicans that have been elected in New York are essentially Democrats with an R next to their name?
Scully Bones. Don't know if you guys are into this, but Game Pass now has all 3 Warcraft titles available.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, cool.
Pretty freaking rad. Okay, this is all right. This is where
Bake cookies.
I love the fuck out of cookies.
Bulkhead 21.
Mercenary X. People complaining that Death Stranding 2 is sexist, trying to cancel Kojima. I try to cancel Kojima because he's trying to make bad movies out of video games. We are not the same.
No. To decks 1 through 5. There you go. We need to use the elevator to get to deck 4. There we are. Okay.
Jake Downey. Thanks for all the prayers, boys. I am officially Petty Officer 3 Builder rating.
Really?
Can do. Who should we kick in the junk for keeping the NFA?
Alright, there we go. I think the shooting of those congressmen in Minnesota was used as a manipulative exercise to get that out of the bill. I personally believe that. Which does get the old noggin jog, gets the almonds activated on why that suddenly became a thing right then. Alright. The solution to every problem in System Shock 2 is to wander around. Alright.
Blitz Systems. The biggest mistake the greatest generation made wasn't Social Security. It was not seeing that their old and outdated farm equipment would wind up on the Supreme Court.
Alright, here we go.
Hex 47 did not get Silent Assassin rank in Minnesota.
No. Already been there. Repairing and modifying.
Bake cookies.
Alright.
I love the fuck out of cookies.
Gob Gonson. Thief is just better than Dishonored all around. Dishonored suffers from the typical immersive sim curse of choice, while Thief forces you to stealth or die. Really helps keep things focused.
It became, toward the end, and I think that's probably a function of... They started out as... Thief started out as Dark Camelot, which was more of a fantasy RPG type game. And then it kind of became a little bit of a shooter, like a medieval magic shooter, sort of. And then as they discovered more and more about it, it like at the 11th hour, suddenly it became obvious to the dev team. Oh, we're making a new genre of game, aren't we? This is a game about sneaking. Keep in mind, Thief and Tenchu and Metal Gear Solid all came out in the same year. And Thief was in development longer than either of those games. So they really didn't know what they were making. And as they started iterating on it, it just eventually became obvious. Oh, like this game is all about hiding. And if it's going to be about that, then what are we going to hide in? Well, it's called the Dark Project. Let's use shadows, right? Like it was that intuitive. And one little bit at a time, they gradually figured out, okay, like this is what this is. It just, the gameplay suggested itself.
Without insisting upon it.
Yeah. What on earth do I have to do next? I've been all over the place. I don't think there's a place I've been that I need to go to. Maybe there's something in a log that I didn't... I mean, I listened to the logs, but I don't think... I can't get to deck 4, so I can't get whatever that key code is, and that probably is just... Probably all that has is some gear in it. How do I restore power? I went to that guy's office, and what did she say about the dude's office? Remind myself.
Good. You've managed to get into Med. Now find Grassi and get the keycard to the crew sector. He's the one who monitored your cryo-sleep, so he might be interested in joining. Watts isn't here, so he's probably in his office in the R&D sector. Maybe he's got a backup R&D card in here. Take a look around.
Okay, I picked up an access card, and it's an access card for... what exactly? R&D sector. So let's... what we're looking for is a sign that says R&D sector. That's what we're looking for. That helps. Let's go.
Doomsday Machine.
Biopsy?
Thank you for the 100.
Hey, Godspeed, and welcome to the stream.
Evening, gents. Razor. Taryn, how are you? I'm okay. I'm working on a new story where people get abducted and turned into horror movie monsters. Werewolves, vampires, etc.
Uh-huh.
And they find purpose as a team of heroes protecting people in the dead of night. Nighthawks. What are your thoughts? What do you think?
It turned and it kind of sounds like Nightbreed. Alright. Crew quarters.
Oh yeah, would it be on the map? Maybe you already passed it.
Good point. ICU, biopsy, R&D, crew quarters, primate research? I don't think that would count as R&D.
No.
Research and development. Let's see, if there's a keycard door here, then maybe I already found what I need. I don't think so, though. R&D is research and development. Oh. There's a dude. Give me that soda. Gives me that purple drink. Okay, so here's your primate research. I don't see nothing in any of the desks.
James Bursey.
Oh. containers, though, that I missed.
So, Braxton McCoy got Lee to remove his land grab from the BBB.
Uh-huh.
Now to get the NFA cuts back in. What denomination of Lutheran again?
Confessional. Alright, here we go. Not LCMS, but LCMC. There's a few different confessional denominations. LCMC is a little looser in its structure in terms of, like, some of the congregations are more confessional than others. The thing I like about the LCMC versus the LCMS is the LCMC is an explicit opposition to the ELCA. Whenever you hear about a Lutheran pastor and it's some chick in a rainbow robe or something, it's like, that's ELCA.
Somebody says go back to the first area near the elevator.
To the first area near the elevator? Okay. I think that was, I can get there through the bulkhead. Right? Back here? Yeah, I think the elevator's back here somewhere.
Jegs Dino God, y'all see the stash on the Michigan church guard?
No, but he wasted a prick. And that was pretty rad. This it? No, this is a little farther. Okay, no, it's back here somewhere.
The Disciple of Rock. Next metal video you should do should be the top 6 female lead.
There we
metal.
go. Okay, so what are we doing here? Is it this guy? I don't think I have the access code for this. This is maintenance access. Okay, I'm at the elevator. Look here. Cryo recovery, medical reception, cryo recovery A, R&D, but what is this highlighting? What is this highlighting? It's highlighting... Oh, maybe that part of the map just hasn't been revealed yet?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what that is? Yeah, that's what that is. Okay.
Where did I leave off?
Aha! Thank you, guys. Thank you for the backseat gaming. I appreciate.
Next metal videos you should be Damn. Top 6 female-led or lead metal bands.
You know, I kind of did that with Vince Russo, actually. I did a video with him that was a collab that kind of already talked about that a while back.
Also, who are some of the bands that you'd like to give a mythos to? Who's on the list? I'd like Dio or Queensryche.
There's a lot of bands on that list. Badlands is one I'd like to do. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to list them off, to be honest, because there's a lot of people who rip off my format, who may or may not watch me on the regular, who literally steal the subjects of my videos. I actually got the heads up on that a while back from someone who helps them edit their videos. They're like, hey, you should probably stop teasing what your videos are going to be, because they literally copy the subject before you put out... The people on YouTube are pathetic, dude. Like, dude, for all that effort, you could just develop a talent of your own and come up with an original concept of your own. Oh, crap. Crap. But yeah, there's a lot of bands on the list. Okay, now we're in. Uh-oh.
Do it.
Uh-oh. What's he doing? Are you a nice zombie? You're not. Whoa! Monkey!
Bar One Studio.
Antitoxin. Ooh. I could have used that.
Don't know your opinions of nerdcore rap?
Never really listened to it.
But the great Lucky Ski or Lucky Ski made an ode to Scud, the disposable assassin.
Oh, sweet!
When the Omnibus came out.
Oh, dude. Scud is a great indie comic from the... Was it late 80s or early 90s? It was in the 90s for sure. And didn't they make a video game? Am I crazy, or did they make a video game of Scud? Like in the SNES Genesis era? Am I high? Did I imagine this? Where am I? Did I fall down? I had a feeling like there was... Ooh. Can I... Oh. Gosh, those textures are crisp. Them textures are crunchy.
Thoughts on BBLzebub, Satan Yahoo. Oh, that's very clever.
Very.
Violating yet another ceasefire. It's not like he hasn't violated 900 times prior.
Yeah, except it didn't happen this time. It was the media trying to... They were trying to keep the Israel-Iran conflict going. And they reported that both countries broke the ceasefire, not just Israel. Which is proof, by the way, that they just wanted the conflict to continue. It was like, okay, if we can't blame the Israelis for it, then we'll blame the Iranians. Right? They just blamed them both at the same time. But it was a lie. It was a lie, and they were just trying to keep the war going. That's what that was. Or the non-war, as it were. What's this? Yeah. I love this game.
The Southern Gentleman, would you ever stream Quake?
Holy fuck, is this wrong? But holy hell, is it erotic?
It is indeed. What? Would I stream what?
Quake.
Quake? Maybe. I've never really played Quake. It's just not a game that I ever got into.
Fun.
Back in the day.
Pyromania.
Like, in terms of shooters, retro shooters back in the day, boomer shooters, I was way more into Shadow Warrior and... Like, Shadow Warrior, Wolfenstein 3D, and the almighty Chex Quest. Those were my jams. Which we need to stream Chex Quest, bro. Oh, shoot, I forgot to listen to my logs.
Ever since we reached Tau Ceti, the lab monkeys have been acting strangely. Nurse Lesser picked one out of a cage to be brought in for vivisection, and the rest of them, I mean the entire group, stood up on their legs and howled. This wasn't just a random display. It was a protest.
I'm Spartacus!
These missions should have been scrubbed before it left Earth. We've been unable to contain the reactant coolant leaks on Deck 1. I've put an order requiring hazard suits down there. I know you think this would cause a panic, but it's better than giving everybody radiation sickness, don't you think?
Okay.
Oui, baguette.
Yeah. You know, I now speak their language.
By default.
Now that I've learned my heritage, my extremely small French ancestry. And it automatically made me better at comics.
Pyromaniac, in regards to shorts and HPA Act, it's always amazing how much of a concerted effort it takes for these decades in the making desirable bills to get off the ground and how quick they get snuffed.
It is indeed. Well, that's the thing. You have two progressive parties, the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And now, you used to have the Republicans who were the institutionalist party, right? Now, Democrats are an institutionalist party as well. Big time. Big time. Ever since the 60s or so. Hardcore institutionalists. And so, anything that is a law that is going to change something to sort of inure us from the effects of runaway bureaucracy and institutions that have become increasingly corrupt, they're going to oppose. Always. That kind of accounts for the phenomenon that you're talking about. It is easier to move in one direction than the other. Because if they can err on the side of an institution, they'll do it like a hummingbird heartbeat. Just immediate. Here we go! Thank you, I finally found R&D.
Dr. Watts is alive and in his office. He should know the code to the maintenance access shaft. Hurry! He's been badly wounded. Don't let him die before he tells you that number.
I need to recharge this pistol.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
I don't have the skill yet.
The Wrestling Theater. Next rant, you should tackle the great lie that is, but grunge saved rock. That narrative needs to die.
Yeah, if anything,
ASAP.
I mean, did grunge not presage the death of rock on radio? Grunge leads to alternative. Alternative basically was the great big headstone at the grave of rock and roll.
Grunge leads to alternative.
Yes!
Alternative leads to Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah!
Avenged
No, really, it
Sevenfold
leads to Seether. That's what it leads to.
leads to suffering.
Yes.
Cesario.
I
So
need
I mixed
something to be able to take out that camera.
So mixed feelings about latest James Bond news. A rumored black James Bond with Aaron Pierre with Dune director Denis Villeneuve to take the helm.
If that's the case, dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. Denis Villeneuve, I don't think, has the sensibility to do a James Bond. I really don't.
I think you mispronounced that, but okay.
What?
I think you mispronounced that.
Mispronounced what? Oh, Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, there you go.
There we are.
There you are.
Denis Villeneuve.
Malt liquor. Stolen, not bought.
Yes, yes.
The Southern Gentleman. Thank
Sorry.
you again for that, too. Mercenary X. I rented Scud. It was SNES. And
SNES! I thought so!
Genesis.
I'm looking around for that energy recharge station. I wish I could remember where it was.
They're not marked on the map?
Are they? I don't know.
Base-
Recharge station! Okay, Damn, where is it? I don't see it on the... Oh, is that it? All the way over there?
Bass player. Thank you for the 50.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Do you think System Shock 2 would have seen the same success as BioShock did 5 or 6 years later if it had been released on console? Yes, there were a lot of games coming out at the time, but something this good would have gotten a lot of word of mouth.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, I like BioShock. A lot. A lot. But, this is better. It's a deeper game. The concept is... I think the philosophy, maybe, of BioShock is a little stronger. Maybe some of the story elements are a little stronger. Because it's Ken Levine, but it's Ken Levine a little bit more polished, right? But that's kind of all it has over it.
Yeah, BioShock is about objectivism.
Yes, and there's some of that in this.
And this is about collectivism and
Kind of the same, yeah, same sort of core philosophy idea, really.
Yeah.
The many, or whatever. You can see that he was playing with the ideas that he was going to mess around with on BioShock. But I just think this is a stronger game.
Sula Felix.
Where'd it go?
David Mamet has a new book out soon.
What is it?
The Disenlightenment. Sounds like it will be a good read. You ever see his series, The Unit? I liked seasons 1 and 2.
No, I didn't. But he's a good writer and kind of based. A little bit. Yeah, I think it's maybe through here.
Mercenary X, if I didn't rent Scud the video game, what did I rent? I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Who the hell did I hit?
Jake Downey. Some call it a war crime. Some call it a war. Some call it a non-war. I call it a Richard measuring contest. And it must be cold in Iran. What's next on Trump's to-do list for 3 years?
I mean, hopefully addressing this illegal immigration issue. Okay, I see. I have to go all the way around. And boy, that's labyrinthine, but whatever. It's worth it to recharge my pistol because I have to get past that stupid camera.
Definitely immigration. That'll solve a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Well, not solve. It'll alleviate some problems.
Well, and it's a front that no previous president has moved on. Right? If anything, they've moved in the opposite direction.
It'll address a lot of problems in the economy. Food prices, rent, housing prices.
This isn't... I can't.
Damn.
Where... How did I get that damn recharge station? Ah, let me up! Climbing system. All right.
Yeah, the pistol's gone, right? It's broken.
Yep, it broke.
Ding-a-ling.
Going through here leads you to... Okay.
Favorite Dragon Ball character and moment?
There's a recharge station on the other side of this. Weapons grade irony here. Dang it!
I'm not sure I have a favorite Dragon Ball character or moment.
Potential threat
What?
detected.
What?
Threat detected.
What? Oh, please! Ridiculous. This freaking camera, dude. I'm gonna beat this thing with this wrench.
You can.
I know. I know.
American Talon.
I hate you like poison. What? Oh my gosh, that worked. That freaking worked!
What's standing under it? Yeah. The tried old tradition.
Drop it!
I'm gonna get this word wrong again.
Okay, here we are. Recharge station. Where are you? You're down in here, I think.
I forget how to pronounce it. Thomas Jefferson's deism?
Yeah, he was a deism.
Seems to be a reaction against Augustinian Neoplatoism.
Mm-hmm.
And if you read in a letter from Adams, that he utterly hated Plato.
Yeah. Ooh, oh my gosh. An audio log from our boy, Diego.
Anatoly, there's only so much corporate calisthenics I can go through before I start to feel a little queasy, so let's get down to brass tacks here. We don't like each other. We each have our own motivations for undertaking this mission, so let me give you a little warning. I cannot be circumvented. I cannot be tricked. I cannot be manipulated. And I cannot be bought. You come at me straight and keep the fancy maneuvers for your next board meeting. Just because my father swam with the sharks doesn't mean that I do.
Right. So Diego is played by Garrett.
Yes.
In the first game, I think he was Austin Grossman, who was the writer of the game.
Green bastard. New James Bond wants his purple drink shaken, not stirred. I love the Bond jokes with Mads Mikkelsen in Casino Royale. Did you read any of those?
No.
It was when the black chick was rumored to be the next James Bond.
Uh-huh.
No, Mrs. Bond, they do not serve purple drink here. No, just shit like that.
Give me that purple.
Reaper Grimm, Jesus, it's really only been 6 months. We have 3.5 more years of Trump.
Right?
For better or worse. I literally cannot fathom what the future holds, but I want to stop living in a future history textbook. Oh, by the way, the other day he stopped another war.
Yeah. Oh, hey, by the way.
What is that, 3 now?
If you're lowballing it, yeah.
Just a little war that's, you know, a little bit of conflict that's been going on for 30 years, killed 6 million people.
Let me get... I have some upgrade modules. I'm going to run and upgrade my standard if I can.
Let's go back to reading some of the older ones.
Okay.
Jegs Denogod, looks like the big new trend in handguns is a return to steel and hammers. 2011s. Instead of Glock-like striker fire and polymer. I approve of this trend.
I do too. I don't understand. Like, I get that the advancements that, oh my goodness, there was a pistol laying here the entire time that I missed. Okay. Let's ditch this poor quality shotgun. That's pistol. I get that there were such advancements happening in polymers in terms of the strength of them that it made sense that people would be enamored with them. But man, did we go overboard to the point where it was like, if you're making a pistol, it's polymer. Just, I don't see the reason for that. Steel is still steel. And also there's a texture to polymer that I do not like.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I mean, I have polymer pistols. I have a Steyr. Beautiful handgun. That's one of my daily carries.
No, Mrs. Bond, we do not take a EBT at this card table.
No, Mrs. Bond. NyQuil and grape Kool-Aid is not EBT certified. I was on a break, Em.
Okay. Hank says, Cowabunga Razor and TG. Fathom Events is playing the 1990 TMNT in theaters.
Yes!
On August 17th and 20th for its 35th anniversary.
Yeah.
Figured you two would be interested. Godspeed. Hell yeah.
Yep. I don't know where it's playing, though.
We'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
You have not disappointed me. Transmitting cybernetic modules.
You just shot an unarmed man. Actually, he had a shotgun.
He should harm himself. No, he didn't. He had a pipe.
Pipe. Brandon Whitley. System shock. Pretty sure that's what I gave my wife when I used the wrong USB port. No respect, I tell you.
What the?
They're not dead. They want you, you understand? They want you as a host. Get away.
Whoa! Whoa! No, you don't. Thank goodness I've been stockpiling ammo. Okay, thank goodness for that healing bench, too. No. Oh, there we go.
Megatron, since you had the displeasure of playing both games, which would you consider the absolute worst? Dragon Age 2 or Veilguard?
Dragon Age 2 was more disappointing because it was following up a near masterpiece in Dragon Age Origins, so no one really expected it to be as bad as it was. Veilguard was not disappointing because everybody could see it was going to be bad. That's the thing. Like, Inquisition was a step in the right direction, but it still had a lot of problems, as I pointed out in my review of it. But you could see the BioWare that made Inquisition, never mind the BioWare that made Dragon Age Origins, did not exist anymore. It's a ship of Theseus. Everybody's moved on, or been fired, or quit. How many times did Casey Hudson quit and come back, quit and come back? He's like the Sebastian Bach of game developers. Ooh, shotgun slugs. Those are half as broken as in Hunt Showdown. I should have a good time. Okay, let's listen to these logs.
The time is 16:30. Autopsy subject A. Watson. Now we're going to make the first incision in... Hold him down. I'm trying to. I'm trying.
Ooh. Beefy!
All right, calm down already. The access code to the conduit is 12451. I've got an autopsy at 16:30, but let's grab a beer on the recreation deck afterwards.
Okay.
Sound good?
Maintenance. I've got the code now. 12451. Whoa! Okay, that was a bad idea. I did not see the shotgun in his hand. Okay. From R&D. Got a soundtrack to this game.
Yeah. Rub some dirt on it.
If I remember correctly, can anybody correct me if I'm wrong? If I remember correctly, the soundtrack to this game, you could just put this game in a CD player and play it.
That sounds right.
I think this was one of those games where you could do that. You could do that with some PS1 games, too.
Yeah, I know you could do that. Yeah, definitely.
What the?
Here comes
robots!
trouble. Here comes trouble. Now, if I remember, robots specifically do not like energy weapons.
If I remember correctly, there's more than meets the eye. They don't like electrical?
I don't think so.
Well, I do. Oh! AD spam harder, boy! Oh, God!
Smack it with a wrench. I think it explodes. It do.
Okay.
Everything's
okay.
fine.
We got it. Just a minor mecha-related mishap. Now, if I know my anime, we have to sit around in bodysuits and cry in each other's arms for 20 minutes now. After every mecha combat scenario. And then all of 4chan will pretend that it's a masterpiece. This is how this works.
It was a new Tesla Optimus. You could play Unreal Tournament in a CD player. I believe it.
Nice. Oh, it's just a box.
Tucker O'Donnell.
Recharge my pistol.
Is it set? I can tell you in all honesty, I accidentally downloaded the wrong Ironheart, and the quality was better than the Disney show. Shame. Terrible shame.
My favorite thing about Ironheart is that they went out of their way to not name her Iron Woman because of the sexist jokes that would have resulted. It's just... I never broke the law! I am the law! Like, it's transparently obvious that's why she's called Ironheart.
The thing is, there's already a female Iron Man. And it's, what's her name? Pepper.
Oh, there we go. There's the medical bench. I was like, I know there's one around here.
Andrew Piscaldo. Razor, I'm a massive fan and have been watching you. The shitty landscaper pickup with the nailed on boards. What? Since 2017. I'm a Zoomer, older, and run my own biotech R&D firm.
Sweet.
And help Barnes and Barris.
Oh, cool.
Cool. That's awesome.
Big fan of Richard Barris and Robert Barnes. Barnes was a little off the mark on Iran, but nobody's perfect. Barris was a little off the mark on Iran, too, to be honest. Okay.
Normal,
but hey,
man.
I have been wrong many, many times myself.
Normal, man. You see, sir, Bondesh, you have to walk through a running shower just to get the disarming codes. I'm gonna make James Bond Indian.
Dude, if you were gonna make Bond a brown guy, all these years, you held out, no, he's a white man, he's gotta be a white man. You had Siddiq El-Fadil, Alexander Siddiq, from Deep Space Nine. And you couldn't make him James Bond, even though if you were gonna go brown, he would be the guy. 100%. And you didn't. And now you hold out so long, you're gonna settle for some actor no one cares about, or a guy who would not be good in the role anyway. God! The stupidity. I would have watched a freaking Alexander Siddiq James Bond. Oh, it's back here. Gotta get back to that elevator area.
Flytrap. Red crayons taste fruity. Jurassic Templar.
There we go.
Speaking of Call of Duty, do you like any of the...
1, 2, 4... Okay.
Speaking
oh
of
my, I have no ammo.
Call of Duty, do you like any of the Call of Duty games?
Do I like any of the Call of Duty games? I don't know. Not really. Yeah, not really. I don't think so. I like...
I am the law!
That's not to say I don't like military shooters, but I just don't think Call of Duty was the best in that genre. Like, I liked some of the Medal of Honor games. And some of those were pretty good. Like, Medal of Honor Rising Sun was pretty fun. I liked some of those games. But Call of Duty just never did anything for me. Was it 1, 2, 4, 5, 3? It's been so long.
All right, calm down.
1, 2, 4, 5, 1. No, I remembered correctly.
1, 2, 4, 5, 1. I've got not.
Do not waste time patting yourself on the back. Get down to that shaft to engineering and reset the primary reactor core. That will restore power to the elevator. And
First, I'm gonna level up.
Get going.
First, I'm gonna level up.
Mercenary X Mount Rushmore pinball machines? I'm not that familiar.
I've played a few.
You've killed me!
Good.
I really like the Shadow pinball machine. The Star Trek pinball machine's real good. Wasn't there a Sonic the Hedgehog one? There we go. Okay.
The Bogio. Does Dave Smith still have a career?
Oh, God. I mean, people still simp for him even after how wrong he was. I mean, and the guy didn't really admit that he was wrong either. He really went all in on something that was... That's the problem, is like, when people just go ass over tea kettle in a really wrong direction. It's like, I can understand if you just have a take on a particular thing, and it's like, well, this is my personal read on it. I think this is where it's going to go, and that's essentially the position that I took. Even that got people mad at me. There we go. This is what I was looking for. But I think that's the only honest way to go about these. But some people went so into the paint over Iran and Israel, and they were so into the paint full of shit. They were just so wrong. So wrong. And none of them have really come out, like very few have come out and said, welp, I was full of crap. Or they did like the Kopi thing. I saw a lot of this. Well, if Trump pulls this off, then good for him, I guess. Or here's the other cope. Well, I guess we convinced Trump not to do it. Really, dude? Okay, I see. And your strategy of criticizing him for the war in Israel and Iran that was absolutely going to happen was so effective that it retroactively traveled back in time, you fucking retard, and stopped Syria from turning into a war when he bombed them. Stopped Iran from turning into a war in 2020. You semen-guzzling retard. That's how good you are. You not only convinced Trump to do this, to back off from this war that was totally going to happen, you went back in time and stopped him from doing it 2 times before. Because this totally is not a demonstrable strategy that if you had an IQ north of your shoe size, you could have predicted too. I don't have precognitive abilities, guys. I just cover the news. He did it twice before. freaking cope harder! Cope harder! Let's go standard! Pardon my language.
Poor horse abused by Jank. Are we getting the shitty Arkham City timeline?
What's this? I must purchase the tier discipline first? Okay.
Primarch Vulcan,
Cyber
thank you for the 5.
endurance.
I will work on it.
What?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. I need to add that.
Oh, yeah! Dude, how did you not do that?
I completely forgot.
Well, you have editing software now.
Yep. But I need to find a specific video. Somebody was kind enough to isolate it and get rid of the helicopter in the background and all that. So I have that actually sitting at home ready to go. I just didn't rip it.
Don't have enough points, I think, for everything else. Your OS has already been upgraded at this unit. Okay, so I think I'm done with the upgrading. Let's go back. Von Braun! Okay, there we go. Now we're gold. Let's go into the maintenance area. We have upgraded. We are set. I could use some more ammo. I might just hit up a vending machine to do that first, actually.
Jonathan Vick,
if I can get up.
Which Disney movie do you like better? Sword in the Stone or Robin Hood?
Oh man, don't make me choose. I like Robin Hood more as a concept. I'm such a huge Robin Hood fan. But I gotta be honest, the Disney Robin Hood is not one of my favorites. Like, in terms of Disney movies. I hate that song. Robin Hood, Little John walking through the forest. Oh, I hate that song. I hated that as a kid. There's a vending machine. I guess I'll just check my... Whoop. Stop that. I don't need a navigation marker. You stop it. Recharge station secured.
Take your damn clothes off!
Upgrade the...
Mr. Noob, thank you.
Oh, it's a replicator. There.
Bass player.
Okay.
I am Andrew Ryan.
Ah, there it is.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I have a question. Oh, sorry, wrong game. This is what Irrational ripped off.
Okay, there's got to be a replicator right here. There we go. Are you selling standard bullets?
Selection.
James Bursey.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Israel and Iran setting up the ceasefire as Rick and Morty.
Oh, God. Gee, Rick, I do think Daddy's home. He just says we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Come on, Morty. You need... Look, calm down, all right? With the fucking missile, all right?
Okay. Alright. Back to what I was doing now that I have some bullets. Maintenance. Ooh. A severed hand still clinging to a bottle of booze. I love it. That's what we call environment detail.
Find the engine core and reset it. This will restore power to the elevators. I'm getting some kind of strange readings from down there, so keep your eyes open.
Oh, I already have this. Alright.
It's down to just a few of us now. Right after Valdez died, I guess I went a little nuts and started tearing things apart. But what do you know, I found 2 more rad hypes. Hopefully that'll keep me going long enough to figure a way past that damn turret. Who is that? Delacroix? Sanger?
So, that's radioactive as hell. No current radiation to... Okay. You can't take it preemptively like in Fallout.
Toll hammer.
I can use shotguns now. I'm going to go ahead and unload this and drop it, because it's hogging up space in my inventory.
Razor, can I get your thoughts on the Punisher Armory comic series? This set got me into comics and guns as a kid.
Radiation hazard.
Second. Terrible! Okay, no, this needs to be checked. I can't... Okay, and I can't... it doesn't appear that I can... Ah! Thank you! Thoughts on the Punisher Armory. Gosh, I've only read a little bit of it. I don't know. My favorite is War Journal. My favorite period of Punisher is that War Journal stuff from like the late 80s, early 90s. That's definitely my favorite stuff. There was a collection of that, actually, that I grabbed. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Yeah, the Carl Potts, Jim Lee stuff right here. Right there. Gosh, I love this stuff. It's so good. Just pure vigilante justice. I love it. Okay, I guess I'll just have to apply the anti-rad hypo after I... And now here's the problem. Where do I go? Left or right?
Save.
I already did.
Okay.
Radiation hazard.
This is Xerxes, the coolant tube.
Whoa!
Limits to all personnel.
Eat it!
To avoid possible detention and execution, please respect the will of the many.
Generalissimo.
Oh, this freaking soundtrack. Oh, it's up all the way. Never mind.
The radiation must have locked the protective seals on engine core access. You're going to have to find some way to purge the radiation from the coolant tubes. Xerxes is blocking me out of the primary data loop, so I can't get any information to help you. He's working for them now.
Huh.
Generalissimo Liberty.
Pellets? Is that just default buckshot? I think it is.
How did McCain get Goldwater's seat?
He married into the politically connected billionaire family of an heiress. This is a common misconception about John McCain, is that he was the power behind the McCain dynasty. No, he is not. His wife is. So when they interview Cindy McCain and the media makes a big deal out of it, like, oh look, even John McCain's widow doesn't like Trump. Yeah, she didn't like him from the beginning because she's the power behind the family. She's the institutionalist, and she's the one who was holding the purse strings from the beginning. He cheated on his dying wife from her hospital bed in order to marry into that family, in order to kickstart his political career. And again, I hasten to add, he is not from Arizona. So he came from outside as a carpetbagger, married into her family. Her family had all the money in the world, all the connections in the world, but no political influence. So, oh, look, here's this patsy, John McCain, son of a famous admiral, right? So he's been in the news media. They call him a war hero, even though he's really not. Okay, then cool. We'll use him as our front man. John McCain was not the power in that. He was the patsy. He was the figurehead. So that's how.
Radiation hazard.
Keep your eyes open. You must find a way to purge these coolant tubes and get into the engine core. The ship must have some kind of backup system in place for just this kind of situation.
Whoa.
Do you have a red hypo? I'm so sick.
Overkill. Presidential F-bomb. LBJ used to show his dong.
It's true. Just whip his dick out. Which tells you a little something about the man. Not that he's perverted or anything, but that was so much a part of his identity. I mean, that's just sad. Kind of like at the end of Boogie Nights, you know what I mean? Here's this shell of a human being who's utterly corrupted and horrible and has done horrible things and will never be redeemed, and he whips out the dick because that's all he has. You know what I mean? It's like the end of Boogie Nights, really. That's LBJ. Sorry excuse for a human being.
We cannot kill each other
without killing ourselves.
Oh dear!
So small that you cannot see the value of our way.
That almost killed me. Out of ammo for reload. Okay. I should probably, if I'm going to be fighting bots, change to slugs. I think that's for bots, right? Slugs?
Don't items have descriptions? Because I think one of the weapons is purely good for, like, organics. I thought, like...
Anti-personnel shotgun shells, which are...
Yeah, well, that would be for organic targets.
Okay. Rifled shotgun shells? Your guess is as good as mine. Okay, anti-personnel is pellets. That I figured. Yeah, I was correct. I was correct. The slugs are for inorganics.
Yeah. Dark Malice. Just talked with Kevin Young from Disciple. He'd be open to doing an interview if you wanted. Just let me know where to send contact info.
Oh, sweet. I like that band. You know, I really should have reached out to Striper, too. Because they actually follow me. Like, Oz Fox follows me, and Michael Sweet follows me, and Tim Gaines, who's not in Striper anymore, but he's, you know, former Striper member, follows me as well.
I hear a monkey.
Oh dear.
Reaper.
Wrong one. Wrong rounds.
For changing rounds or whatever the special weapon button is, I usually put that on my mouse. Like on my thumb buttons.
Alright, here we go.
Reaper Grimm. So what do we think of the Dem New York mayor candidate? Should we try to remove or deport him? Would that make him a martyr?
Look, if you can get a decent competitive Republican in there, this is an opportunity. Because now the public will be a little bit more open to voting for someone slightly more conservative. In New York City, you're not going to get Barry Goldwater, but you can get somebody a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Because New York City will vote Republican. You have to be a Democrat, politically speaking. This is an opportunity, actually, because this guy's so extreme. Jeez. All right.
DeBoggio. I don't get it though. Why did Dave Smith, Candace Tucker, and all these saboteurs want in an Iranian war?
Why did they? Well, the media wanted an Iranian war. That's the thing. They wanted it. The Tuckers, the Candaces, and so forth wanted to be right about predicting an Iranian.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
Oh no, it's over. It's finally over.
He's not hashtag our guy, and we get to be the ones who said it. And they saw that opportunity coming and were so seduced by it, they didn't even frisk down whether that was likely or not. Which is, you know... I think also there's an identitarian aspect to it. Like, if you really analyze Candace Owens, I was telling this to somebody today I was talking to. Like, if you look at her politics and her past politically, what does it tell you? A lot of people will point out the social autopsy stuff. And it's like, how did she get the social autopsy? Well, she was a black liberal chick. You know, overeducated, arguably. Her parents are very wealthy. And, not an heiress exactly, but she was very well off. Overeducated in college, leftist black identitarian. That's it, right? And what does black identitarianism do? Basically blames whitey, right? Essentially.
Did you think I'd forgotten you, insect?
So,
Hi there. Please make your selection.
so if you analyze kind of the trajectory of her politics, it's like the core philosophy was identitarianism. The politics were the leftist aspect. Well, what happened? She made a rightward shift. Again, she can't really provide an example of what the road to Damascus moment is for her, which is always a red flag to me. But let's take it at face value that she drifted rightward. Okay, her politics drifted rightward. Her identitarianism, which is her core philosophy, did not. If anything, it intensified. Never changed. She just went from blaming whitey to blaming whatever. Jews, institutionalism, whatever. Right? She just replaced the antagonist in her frame. And there's many such cases. It's not just her.
This is Xerxes. Due to the recent confusion, there will be a ship-wide census tomorrow at 0900. All personnel, please report to the common area of Deck 5 at that time.
Whoa.
A Day in the Life.
Oh, there we go.
Hans Bergeron is another story that is relevant. I'm not familiar. Joshua Dillon, thank you for that 50.
Oh, it won't. Oh, because main power. Okay. How many lifts have been working, but this one won't work because the power's offline? Does that make any sense?
No power for the doors.
Yeah, some don't work for power. Something plot convenience. Oh! Okay. Okay. Could you stop opening? I'm gonna take my little Halo lift here.
Joshua says, "Hey, RazörForce, us gun owners need you all to call." Oh, I think I read this one already.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Mage Leader, Trump describing the FedCom civil war and Catherine Steiner Davion. They don't know what the fuck, and you know the rest.
What is this? Shotgun pour. Let me, Oh, I thought it had rounds in it. Grenade launcher pour. Wonder if I can repair this.
Brandon Whitley,
I'm gonna try. I broke the grenade launcher! Did I save? Yeah, I did. Good. I'm gonna save scum on that. I am not losing a grenade launcher to my own incompetence. That's not happening.
Favorite Nick Cage.
I am the law!
Katrina Steiner, a complete whore. Nothing but a whore. And the artists need to decide what she looks like. For crying out loud, sometimes she's a brunette, sometimes she's a blonde hottie. I don't understand. They're not sending their best. Frankly, I've seen her look like Rosie O'Donnell.
Terrible woman. Just
Terrible.
nasty. Just nasty.
I call her the lesbianic woman.
Brandon Whitley, favorite Nick Cage freakouts. I'm torn between Hi Fucking Ya and Viva La France from Deadfall.
I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't watched enough Nick Cage. It's amazing. I've seen a lot of Nick Cage movies. I don't think I've seen enough.
Oh. Jerk ass! Oh, thank you for the armor-piercing bullets back. I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh. Whoa!
Oh, right. The bees! Not the bees!
Okay, what hit me? Who's shooting at me?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna listen to some logs.
I'm not sure what secrets you and your new buddy Captain Diego have got going up on Deck 3, but I intend to find out. If you continue to refuse to meet with me and my staff, you will leave me no choice but to register a complaint with corporate. If you want to take me seriously, perhaps Sergeant Braun and her security staff will.
Terry Brocious having some slight difficulty with that accent.
She's trying her best.
She's doing what she can.
Delacroix was right. The ship was not ready for prime time. Okay, the automatic safety seals have shut due to the radiation leak in the tubes. I'm gonna head down to engineering control. I think I can use the fluidics monitoring computer to purge the tubes.
What control? Head down to where? Engineering control. Okay.
Not ready for prime time.
God, get me out of here.
Recoded the lock.
The lock to this room. Maybe that will hold them. I'm heading to cargo bay 2. Come find me there.
I'm not sure what's creeping me out worse. The hybrids with their pipes and shotguns, the berserk turrets, or our supposed allies. I don't trust those UNM bastards. I've got to find Sanger. She knows the access code to fluidics control. I'm gonna make my way over to Cargo Bay 2 to find her.
Okay, she's the one who changed the code. I already heard her log. So I need to find her body, most likely. Or another log of hers. And in the meantime, I need to find out what is shooting me. And from where.
Mercenary X. Protests in my area again over sweeps. Norm Al Man. I went to the bookstore today and saw an X-Men manga. You know, comics are winning when they have to ape the medium kicking their butts.
Ow!
Damn.
Alright, here we go. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, he was talking about an X-Men manga.
Here we go.
You have accomplished much for a thing of such small consequence.
Did I not destroy this thing already? I'm gonna... Did I not already destroy this? What, did it regenerate itself? through the door, okay.
Damn.
That makes physical sense. Okay, there's a giant block of steel in front of me, but we'll say that went through. Alright, whatever. The second I freaking peek out. Alright, well, it was destroyed. Darren?
Yep, I'm just catching up. We've read already a lot of these. The figure 13. How good is judicial supremacy ending and justice diversity hire getting BTFO'd in the same day?
Right. Security access card to, I don't know to where, but I didn't see. Oh, security. Duh. There we go. Where's this bulkhead take you?
MC Corleone, thoughts on Sabir's new full-length CD?
Haven't heard it.
Jat.
No, haven't heard it yet.
I never broke the law. I am the law.
Josh, my normally based uncle, completely broke my heart the other day when he called Alice Cooper a talentless sellout who made terrible music. Nobody's perfect, I suppose.
Yes. I bet he likes Kiss.
Intrinsic Dark. What makes folks vote left? What's the appeal of high taxation, bigger government, reckless spending, and less constitutional rights?
What makes people... Well, I think I've explained this to a degree. I just mentioned identitarianism. That's the conflation of the political with the identity. So this is really what you... I think this is the primary culprit in big, deep blue cities that have just voted Democrat for decades and will vote Democrat for decades more. Is they have so conflated the political with the identity that to have an attack on your politics is now an attack on your person. I've mentioned this many, many, many times. But it's true. So these people are not really... They continue to vote not because they love these Democrat politicians or even these Democrat policies. They're not thinking on a policy-by-policy basis. They're thinking us versus them. They're thinking me and what I stand for. This thing that I am is under attack. And by voting, by putting a check in this box, it's like saying, not you, me. That's it. That's all it is. It's a binary choice for them. There's no more thought that goes into it than that. That's why if you get into any in-depth discussion with a liberal on an issue, particularly like something nuanced like illegal immigration, you'll get about 2 steps into it and then they can't think any deeper. Because they didn't...
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
Exactly. They didn't think themselves into these politics. They were born and they became something, and there's your identity, and now that is grafted to their politics. That's why they reflexively vote the way that they do. And that's why they have tried to create so many identities for people, right? It's that's why the LGBT keeps having more letters added at the end, because they're corralling these people basically into a giant political pig pen and saying, hey, by the way, everybody in this pig pen votes for Democrats, because otherwise it's them. They're gonna get you. And that takes deprogramming over generations. That doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah, unfortunately. And to see parents doing it to their kids,
yeah,
it's so gross. Gramsci's plan work, and more people now want authoritarianism.
Alright, here we go.
Due to the tenuous situation as of late, I've ordered security defense turrets placed at key locations. Yesterday one went off accidentally and critically injured crewman Wells. However, somebody must have tampered with the Xerxes security subsystems, because now my technicians are unable to take them offline. Until we get to the bottom of this, I've ordered all security turrets recalled to storage. But now I can't get in touch with the team I sent out to do the recall.
Yeah, it didn't work out very well.
No kidding.
The number one schmuck? Bro, did they cast Liam Neeson in the Naked Gun remake just because his name is kind of close to Leslie Nielsen?
No, I think the idea was... Hey, Leslie Nielsen was originally a dramatic actor, and then he was in a comedy, and he played it straight, and that's what was funny about it. So if we cast Liam Neeson in this role and tell him to play it straight, it'll be funny. And it's like, yeah, but Liam Neeson had already done some comedies by that point. He already kind of knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he was in Death Wish. Or not that.
What?
Do you not trust the feelings of
Dirty
the
Harry.
flesh?
Our biology yearns to join with yours.
We welcome you to our mass. But you puzzle us.
Why do you serve our mother?
How can you choose cold metal over the splendor of flesh? But you fear us.
We hear your thoughts, and they rage for your brothers you believe dead.
But they are not.
They sing in our symphony of life. We offer another chance to join us. If you choose to lie down with the machine,
we will rend your part
and put you separate from the joy of the mass.
All right.
Yeah, hard pass.
Oh, ow. Ow! What? Other gun. Ouch, I almost died.
Brendan Whitley. Mark Driscoll did a great sermon. Oh, I think I actually read that one. Bruce. So what's going to be easier, defeating Shodan or convincing Dems that socialism and communism bite after Mamdani takes over New York?
Every time communism and socialism fails, there's a big wave of, well, screw that, right? Every time. A lot of the antipathy toward communism that we note on the right and among Zoomers and stuff like that has a lot to do with how hard Venezuela failed a few years ago and is still failing, right? We do need to take a moment to appreciate that. The question is, and of course everybody knows the biggest example, the failure of the Soviet Union. People who didn't grow up in the immediate aftermath of the fall of the Soviet Union kind of don't remember this and maybe don't even realize this, but there was a period of time from like the mid to late 90s where it was just like, okay, so we're done with that communism shit now, right? Even on the left, they had to come out and basically admit communism had failed. And, whoa! Okay! So the question is, what's the next communist country that's going to fail? Right? Because when that happens, you tend to persuade more people than all the rhetoric in the world, all the politicians in the world. Because communism, again, is so identitarian. Look at what they've done with Trump. It's the last several elections have just been anyone but Trump. That was their strategy. And it was effective for them. It was very effective. They didn't win every single time, but they were always competitive. Even with terrible candidates like Kamala Harris. So I think what's much more persuasive than all the argumentation, all the political philosophy in the world, because nobody really engages with that anyway, especially on the left. They're functionally politically illiterate now. Why would they engage with it? Is watching a communist or socialist country fall. Trump forcing European socialist countries to pay into NATO in a way they haven't been. Like, a lot of these socialist countries, especially in Scandinavia, have basically been existing at the wiles of the United States of America. They could afford their exorbitant socialist programs basically because we were funding their international obligations. Yeah, Norway has other things like offshore oil reserves, but that only pays for so much. So are Scandinavian countries going to start to fail now that they have to actually pay their fair share? Is China going to be the country that falls? There's some pretty crazy drama going on within China right now. Who knows? But I think whenever that next domino falls, that's going to be the thing that persuades more people than all the political debates in the world.
Sith Hammer? Or Sit Hammer? I'm not sure how you want that said. Fun fact, the Founding Fathers put together an amazing concept of governance, and not a single one of them were elected to do it.
Oh! Oh my gosh, that's doing nothing. I need energy weapon, and I need to chain. Oh, this is a trap. Got him. Where's my energy weapon? Oh my gosh, I have like none. Oh, this is bad, dude.
Nice shooting.
That was quite a snare.
Dakota Man. Hello, Razor. I hope you're having a fantastic day.
Yes.
Have you heard of the Unsubscribe podcast? And would you ever go on as a guest?
Oh. I've heard the name. I don't do a lot of collabs and outside appearances.
Can you not feel the glory of the flesh? Do you not yearn to be free of the tyranny of the individual?
Auto-diagnostic medical kit. Interesting.
Carols.
Please make your selection.
I would love a Star Trek game made like System Shock 2 or BioShock or Prey 2017, etc.
Would be cool.
I think this game type lends itself to Star Trek. Well, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
It would be cool. You know, we've had shooters like Elite Force, and we had DS9 The Fallen, which had some adventure elements and puzzles and stuff. It was almost like Star Trek Tomb Raider with a little bit of shooting. But we've never really had that kind of game in the Star Trek setting. Cargo Bay access card. Ooh. Thought I heard another one.
Careful, they come out of these pods.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, this button works. Okay. I thought the power was out.
Shalumbo. Ever read Gene Wolfe?
You already asked that.
Oh, okay.
Third floor. Oh! God, I saved right before I got zapped. That was terrible.
Intrinsic Dark.
That's such BS, man.
Scary how many people think that the U.S. is a democracy and have no idea what a constitutional representative republic is, let alone that we are one.
Yeah. What do I have? Slugs? Good. Ow. What? Thank you.
Eat my slam witch. Razor, can you do King Trump warning Sauron the White that Gondor will bombard and flood the pits of Isengard if they keep trying to develop weapons of mass destruction?
What? No? Sounds like a terrible policy. Okay, hold on. Zap! Alright, there we go. Oh, gosh. I see them running around. They call them Urukai. This is what they're calling them. They have a white hand on the face. I don't know what that's about. I do know that they're eating the halflings. They're eating the elves. If you continue to develop ballistas of mass destruction, you will reap destruction of which the world has never seen. Believe me.
They're enriching these Urukais. About 200 feet down below.
They're making one rings. I don't know how you can have more than one ring, but...
We're gonna send the eagles, and they're gonna drop big boulders, big beautiful boulders. Bunker buster boulders
You'll be
is what
so
we call
proud
them.
of your eagles. They won't sing Hotel California. It'll be bullshit. Alright, there we go.
Norm Al Man, in your own personal headcanon, do you think Q knew Cisco was Bajorn Space Jesus? And that's why he never messed with Cisco again?
I think he just didn't care. The affairs of mortals... And we don't know that the wormhole aliens are immortal. We just know that they're transdimensional. I don't think he cares. Right?
Well, Q likes to meddle. Perhaps meddling with Cisco wasn't possible. Because his, you could argue his fate was already written.
Yeah.
Lance Corporal Hawk was listening to Heathen's second album and noticed the title font looked similar. Or familiar.
Hmm?
Is that where you got your channel's banner font from?
I don't know what you mean. Victims of deception? I don't know what you mean. Is it similar? If it is, that was definitely unintentional. Is there like a...
Hex. Put all chemicals in elevator. Got it, voice in my head. Filipino white boy. Tears and Rain is Crypt Keeper.
You already said that.
Oh, I thought there was a different Crypt Keeper one. Obsidian Mug. I've been building up my metal vest.
Uh-huh.
Got my pins from all my concerts. A few new patches, and finally got a back patch. Did you have a vest? And what was it like?
I have a couple of them. I have one that's more of a black metal vest. And then I have one that's more of a classic metal vest. And I don't really like battle jackets. The reason that I have those is for concealed carry. That's the truth. Because I live in Phoenix, so you can't wear a jacket all the time. So having a battle jacket suddenly makes sense. It broke! Oh! God, that's bad timing. I just ranted about this a few streams ago. I hate when games have weapons that break in like 2 uses. Okay, it's literally not completable. That's cool.
I'm afraid I can't help you if you hide.
All right. Trying to get the heck out of here.
Hi there.
Bob Gonson, people don't really know what a democracy is either, to be fair.
Thank you for choosing
Hell Draco.
Rep.
True. Repair.
Arc 5, thank you for the $2. Bruce. How has nobody at Microsoft realized they could easily make a Helldivers killer with the Halo IP in about 12 to 18 months? Is everybody over there just that incompetent?
Right. Well, I mean, they owned the Mech Warrior IP and decided to make Titanfall instead. Tell you anything about the brain trust assembled over there at Microsoft? Yeah. This is not broken yet, so we'll go ahead and... There we go. There we go. And that will solve the problem. Gibbs!
Vision Power, thank you for the 15. I think those are shekels.
Okay.
Patriot Cat, you ever hear Thomas Sowell's take on Jewish hate?
I mean, I think he just... Or maybe I'm confusing with him with Ayn Rand. I remember Ayn Rand saying racism is the lowest form of collectivism. She had like a screed about it. Which she herself was born a Russian Jew and chose to forsake her parentage. So if anyone had cause to hate Jews... Ooh, what's up here? Little nanite.
Andrew, I can't stop listening to System Shock 2. I am looking closely at AZ7 as a house race. The Trump coalition, not the loser our French army, could capture. Who has said they're interested and are FR. Oh, SAID. That's what you mean. The number one schmuck? No, democracy and even our republic are systems that have flaws. So instead, we should regress back to monarchy for some reason.
Well, it's more than that. It's an even more moronic error than you're depicting it as, because why is our present system displaying so many of these flaws? Because it's taking on more and more of the authoritarian traits traditionally found in which forms of government? Monarchies, dictatorships. So we're going to solve the problem by steering into the problem? Okay. See how that works out for you. Hell, how'd it work out for Italy? You went from being in the hands of fascists to being in the hands of communists. Well done.
Items dropped.
Whoops. It's a different area. Whoa! How'd these monkeys get in here?
That.
There's another level here. I don't know if I can get there by pushing that button again. Is that blocked off? It is not.
Big Daddy Bigfoot.
Gosh, all this looks so samey. It's like, I don't know if I'm moving backward or forward. I should be paying more attention to the mini-map, but I wouldn't be so confused. Ow. Was that necessary?
Big Daddy Bigfoot. Speak true. Sultry Shodan in human form. Would you?
Huh? Would. Sultry Victoria in human form. Would you?
Sir Ubisoft. Aside from the China administration,
isn't that kind of wild, actually? The two roles that Terry Brocious is primarily known for? Lady made out of plants and lady made out of circuits.
You could say she has a niche.
I guess.
Aside from the China administration and with all the political shit show with wars and distractions of bills, how do you cope with not being able to fix things beyond your control to keep your head on?
I'm not in control to begin with.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, that phrase exists for a reason. We are not meant to believe that we can be in control of it. That is one of the classic human errors. And it leads to all kinds of crazy mental disorders. We do have this, but how many do I have?
There. Please make your selection.
I have 192.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
8C.
How's this doing?
I know you like your mechs to be big and stompy.
Uh-huh.
But how do you feel about human-sized mechs, like Iron Man's armor?
I never was big on mech suits and stuff. There's a great issue of 2000 AD where there's a superhero running around and he's like, okay, Judge Dredd, you can go home now. I've got this. It's like a giant parody of Superman. And he's flying around saving people, and finally Judge Dredd commits a minor infraction, like flying in unlicensed airspace or something like that. And so Judge Dredd has to arrest him. And so they have a great big fight. And of course Judge Dredd wins, and at the end he just... Oh! Come on! At the end, Judge Dredd strips off his mech suit and realizes it was just some geek pretending to be Superman. Basically like cybernetic Shazam.
I don't deserve this. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
That didn't do anything. What's the point of getting up here? There's nothing here. It's a dead end. Freaking hate when levels do that. All right.
Reaper Grimm, thank you for the 20. Looking more into alchemy equals magic with rules for my writing. More I look, I find that D&D wizard magic, alchemy, cleric magic, alchemy, druid alchemy, any sorcerer bloodline that isn't arcane, alchemy.
Yep.
Alchemist, herbalist.
Yep. I just don't like when magic is reduced to like a scientific formula. It's dull. D&D in that sense has had a really bad influence on magic and fantasy. In video games, it takes on that aspect, and I don't think that's been for the best. Look at how many crafting systems are in games now. That's a direct consequence of that.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
See here. Jegs Dino God, System Shock 2 here is only 2 gigs and has more gameplay elements than modern RPGs.
True.
Now, audio files alone are 50 gigs of uncompressed dot waves.
Yeah.
That's just criminal. Reaper Grimm, do you think if the writers of the 14th and 19th Amendments could see the...
Whoa, come on, I didn't even see that. Jeez, that was cheap.
Do you think if the writers of the 14th and 19th Amendments could see the results of their work, they'd not put them forward? Or was this...
Absolutely not! No, they would have done this anyway.
Yeah.
Some of the people who voted for it definitely wouldn't have voted for it because they got hoodwinked. But no, you look into the original guys. Actually, there's a fantastic podcast about this on the Gottestein's podcast called Hate Every False Way that talked about the early days of feminism and giving, women's suffrage and all that, and how the early Lutheran fathers in America, CFW Walther and, lots of those people spoke out against it. Martin Luther, even back in the 1500s. Said something like, if you allow the woman to supplant the man's place in the home, eventually it will end in complete madness. Such as believing that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. Martin Luther said this in the 1500s. Right? And I think CFW Walther talked about this too. So it was initially opposed, like really, really vociferously. Then you wound up with Elizabeth Cady Stanton and who was the other one? Susan B. Anthony, right? Susan B. Anthony. And Susan B. Anthony was kind of the front person, while Elizabeth Cady Stanton who was completely insane, I mean, completely batshit insane, was really the driving ideological force behind it. And if you had held a 15-minute conversation with Elizabeth Cady Stanton, you would come away thinking she was like like Anita Sarkeesian or something is the reincarnation of this woman. She's completely crazy. Not mentally stable. And this is really where the suffrage movement comes from. These were not mentally well people. Nice. Jeez. If you're gonna put this many enemies in an area, could you at least give me some more med hypos, please?
Jake Downey, quote of the week, let's roll. Todd Beamer, Flight 93, may the wings of liberty never lose a feather. Cheers, boy.
Godspeed.
Who are you? Who should do the Thief Trilogy remaster? Kojima?
Oh, come on. He couldn't make his own stealth game. How's he gonna remake an old one? Maybe Aspire? You know, the guys who did the Tomb Raider remasters? I'd rather not give Night Dive money. I did not pay for this, by the way. I think Mercenary X gifted this.
You're shitting me.
I think so, yeah. Gifted it a while ago. The hell? Oh, it's broken. I can repair it. I don't have high enough skill.
Let's see. Sir Ubisoft, thank you for the 20. I understand your deep hatred for Kojima's Metal Gear. Acknowledged. Now with that said, to me, Escape from New York screamed Solid Snake vibes. Yeah, no shit.
You think?
If it were up to you, how would you change Metal Gear to look more appealing to you?
From the beginning? I mean, it probably would have been a little closer to what Splinter Cell became later on, where Splinter Cell is a real stealth game. Like Splinter Cell 1, especially 2 and 3. Those are actual stealth games. You can see what direction Metal Gear Solid could have gone in, and Splinter Cell at its height sold more copies than Metal Gear Solid, so the idea that this wouldn't have been commercial is bullshit. Splinter Cell at its height was a bigger success than Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid's a weird one in that it's kind of like Kojima in general. There is an impression that Kojima is one of the most successful game developers ever, when the truth is he's just the most hyped game developer ever. Metal Gear Solid is a success, but it's like if they sell 5 million copies, they throw themselves a parade. Whereas at its height, Rainbow Six and Splinter Cell sold millions and millions and millions.
I never broke the law. I am the law.
So yeah, it probably would have been something a little closer to that. Maybe not like exactly like Splinter Cell. I would have done little things. I would have played to Kojima's strengths though, because he's really good. He's terrible at writing. He should never write anything. But his design ideas, like the little things that he adds in games, are always cool. They're weird and quirky, and they arguably don't add that much. But like having a photography minigame in Metal Gear Solid 2 and stuff like that, having a push-up minigame, you know what I mean? Or pull-up minigame, rather. Those kind of things are interesting. Those are unique ideas that only Kojima comes up with. You know what I mean? So I would play with that. I would look at the minutia. I would take kind of the bones of a real military stealth game, a real mil stealth, Splinter Cell-ish, that kind of thing. And then I would marry that to, okay, what about, like, take the idea of Sam Fisher having the guns with all the attachments and the different kinds of bullets and stuff, and okay, let's let Hideo Kojima go completely batshit with the weapon customization. and adding all kinds of crazy attachments and laser sights and right? Like that seems to me like Hideo Kojima would have been like a pig in slop. Because he likes that kind of just minutia. And I think that's where he's best actually as a developer. Uh-oh.
Mercenary X.
Oh, Med Hypo, thank you.
If the 1871 Organic Act was passed fraudulently, that means everything after that is fraud. That includes ratification laws like the Fed or 14th and 19th Amendments.
Yep.
Think about it. Fraud ends where it begins.
Very true. Very true. This is why one small error in interpretation of the Constitution leads to so many others. Look at how often the 14th Amendment has been misinterpreted to allow for everything from Social Security to Obamacare. Look at how the Public Welfare Clause, which Madison and Jefferson were like, ooh, we really need to modify that, right? Because I think James Madison, when they were debating the fishery bill, said, you know, if the Public Welfare Clause can be taken to mean anything, then the government no longer has enumerated powers, specifically enumerated and therefore limited powers, but essentially can, for anything that can be called the public welfare, it can be used. And he predicted the future. He predicted the future 200 years early. He was dead on correct. If you allow it to be misinterpreted one time, it leads to hundreds of errors.
Big Daddy Bigfoot, you should kneel on one of the drugged out Psy monkeys.
I mean, that's terrible.
That will lure the rest out for some reason.
What? They'll take to the streets.
Yeah, they'll attack the Space Nike and liquor store.
And yet, for some reason, they'll leave the Payless alone. God, those things are cheap. You have to, like, pre-fire, dude.
Nobody cares.
All right.
There's supposed to be music in the ambient areas in the game, i.e. science and the cargo maintenance area. Also, do you plan on playing this on multiplayer one day?
Yes.
One day.
Oh my. You are kidding me. Dude, I do not have enough ammo.
Will be suspended. Nutritious snacks are available.
I just straight up do not have enough ammo and I have no health. This is ridiculous. Dude, this is like the third bot on this floor. And you're not giving me any med hypos. And this doesn't do anything. Slugs don't do jack.
Stymie? Razor, what's your favorite cultural food?
Cultural? What does that mean?
Like, other than our own culture?
Oh, like sauerkraut for Germans, that kind of thing? Kielbasa for Polacks?
I love me some spaghetti.
Communist dick for South Americans? I mean, what?
I love chicken parm.
If you think chicken parmesan is a native Italian dish, I have some very bad news for you.
I just said I liked it. Don't ruin this for me. Mercenary X, worst part, those errors were intentional by design.
Yeah. That was close.
Jake Downey, can Anna Luna's wood chipped bill for PDF files pass?
Let's hope so. All right.
Patriotic cat.
I'm not sure what it prescribes, but oh! This game. What the heck, dude? Come on. You haven't given me a med hypo in like how long? And med hypos do nothing in the way of healing. Nothing.
Any thoughts on the Pachuco style of clothing?
What?
I'm not familiar. Hugh Jass. Kojima sold me bad Fent behind McDonald's.
He also sold you bad games.
Behind GameStop.
Oh, hello. Oh, right. This is the one that needed to be hacked. Standard bullets. Come on, you prick. What quality is this? This is poor. And this is terrible. Do I have repair modules? I have one repair module. Yeah, maybe I should just unload this.
Normal, man.
Drop it, and then I'll take this. Okay. Now I might have a chance.
Could you do Trump as Iron Sheik humiliating the mullahs of Iran? Listen here.
No.
You know I come here tonight. I drop
That's a good impression, Taryn.
Yeah, well, I'm not the guy and you're not the guy.
Oh, gosh!
Total robot death.
Oh! What is, can I... Slugs? Okay. Oh, dear. Listen to me, Mean Gene. You're an intelligent Jew. So, I'm gonna tell you this one time. Fuck the Khomeini. Sorry. Fuck the Khomeini. I'm going to put him in camel clutch, break his back, make him humble, and then fuck his ass.
Then we'll sign a peace treaty.
Yes. It probably would work, too. Oh, gosh. Ace!
What, fucking the mullah that's signing a peace treaty? My God.
I know.
Like, the second you pick
It's absurd. It's just so unfair, man. All right, you little... Oh, come on! This is a cartoon! This is absurd! You have not given me enough anti-armored.
Lance Corporal Hawk, former Doge employee Big Balls, has been confirmed to officially be hired as a special worker for the Social Security Administration. The focus of his Doge work, to improve their website. Hey, he's still around. That can only be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Angela Rose. Who's your favorite saxophonist?
Favorite saxophonist? I mean, it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. John freaking Coltrane. Can't improve on perfection.
Any favorite songs with saxophone?
God, Giant Steps is an all-time work of genius, yes. I mean, and I like the atmospheric stuff, like Harlem Nocturne and stuff like, you know, all those standards, too. Night Train, that kind of stuff. Right.
I mean, obviously Careless Whisper.
Interesting that you went immediately to George Michael.
I had to look it up.
That's strange.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's strange.
I just looked it up.
Why would your mind go immediately to a man who had gay sex in an airport bathroom stall? I don't know where.
I mean, you remind me of him.
I do. It's an odd one.
Huge ass. Beretta PX4 Storm or HK-P30.
What?
I don't know either, like, enough about each gun to actually say.
Oh.
Total clanker death? Yes. If only he had the ammo. Bleeding Gums Murphy? Okay.
Yes! This is the one that needs to be repaired.
James Bursey, Razor, why don't you have a t-shirt that says Aaron Burr's bullet did nothing wrong?
Oh my gosh!
Do you just hate Jesus and freedom?
I think he's been locked up inside his heart-shaped box for weeks. I think this is what's happened here.
I think I know what someone's getting for Christmas.
Shotgun quality, terrible. It tracks. What did he have on him? Just a suicide note. In Courtney Love's handwriting for some reason. This is odd.
This might be close enough. I looked it up, and there is a shirt.
What?
It's a picture of Aaron Burr, and it says Hamilton shot first.
Uh-huh.
Not quite what I'm looking for, but
funny too, I think Aaron Burr told Hamilton, like, you can back out of this. Like, it's no big deal. A lot of his friends were like, you really don't need to duel this guy. But Hamilton, as if his politics didn't clue you in, was such a braying clown. He was like, no! Honor must be satisfied! I must do this! Frickin'. Welcome to Darwin's waiting room.
Introverted, but willing to discuss Aaron Burr. Stealth Creations, again, thank you for that.
Something back here? No? Oh, man. Well, actually, I hear a zombie.
Oh, let's see here.
Okay, what do we got? Shotgun slugs, nanites. Thanks for nothing.
Mercenary X, yeah, thanks. I'll go check that here in a second. Emperor Creatine, shotguns. The preferred weaponry of noblemen, sports shooters, and sad musicians everywhere. How did Kurt get into System Shock 2 anyway? The hard way.
Kurt Hennig, you mean?
Doomsday Machine. Had to change my oil. What did I miss? Thoughts on classic rock bands like Journey?
Journey, I mean, in terms of genre, yeah, they're classic rock, but they're not, that's not really a genre.
And
they're more of an AOR band, but I like Journey okay.
And Chicago.
Funny, my mom went to a Chicago concert recently. I gave her so much crap for it. Alright. Oh man, I thought I picked up armor piercing. Okay, whatever. I got 25 health. We're making this work. Alright. Suck it!
Jegs Dino God, Mario Terran Salazar did nothing wrong shirt win.
This is Xerxes. Due to measures beyond our control, all meal service aboard the Von will be suspended. Nutritious snacks are available at most locations.
Guess I'm cheesing this. Guess I'm AD spamming like a Hunt Showdown player. Oh gosh, it broke. Oh! I hit the wrong button.
That dude pre-fired that corner.
It sure did. It sure did.
Gob Gonson.
That was bullshit.
Think I heard a high up at Night Dive has been obnoxiously political on social media in recent history. Is that true?
Yep, that's why I didn't pay for this.
And if so, is it worth tolerating for the sake of this remaster, in your opinion?
Oh, man, I don't know about that. I don't know if I could... I would not have bought this if it had not been... I mean, it was gifted to me, so... I did not buy this.
I did not.
I did not.
Jegs Dino God, Mario Terran Salazar is Che Guevara's executioner.
I don't give a fig.
Hung Nguyen. Watching how Englishmen treated each other in Barry Lyndon, I'm not surprised Hamilton did that. Generalissimo Liberty. T-shirt, the giggler did everything wrong.
Yes. All right.
Stealth Creations. Razor as Palpatine reading Justice Jackson's Dissent with heavy lip smacking. Pretty pleased.
Let me see if I can find her dissent. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I will try to oblige you, all right, bro?
He tried to send this earlier by giving us a script and does not realize I'm the one reading them.
Uh-huh.
So he can't.
Okay, I
really...
retweeted a couple of them, so let me check my feed real quick. All right. Oh, gosh. God, this is so cringe. Oh. Oh. Even assuming that Executive Order number 14160 violates the Constitution, federal courts lack the power to prevent the executive from continuing to implement that unconstitutional directive. As I understand the concern, in this clash over respective powers of two coordinate branches of government, the majority sees a power grab, but not by a presumably lawless executive choosing to act in a manner that flouts the plain text of the Constitution. Instead, to the majority, the power-hungry actors are... wait for it... the district courts. God! Ugh! 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 Have I ever told you The story of Darth Kedanji the Doltish. Oh! Suddenly mechs.
Oh, one shot.
That was so cheap. Might have just enough. Just enough. Did I hear another one? Okay, let's listen to some logs so we don't die.
They aren't making this easy for us, are they? I miss you. I know it's stupid, but I do.
I have terrible taste in men.
Pity for an hour or so, and then write you again. Figures. I have to travel 67 trillion miles to meet a man. Once you're transferred to the Von Braun, everything will be better. I'll be better. I promise. Great. Someone's coming. Counting the seconds.
Taking precautions, I proceeded with further experiments. Since we've reached Tau Ceti, creatures have gotten smarter and somehow gained limited psi abilities. I probed another subject with a Beta 5 cycle.
I bet you did.
Many things, but mostly an incredible empathy. The chimps have become acutely aware of their own history, of the vivisections and experiments that have been performed on them while on board the Von Braun.
Oh, that's hellish.
They are ready to express it. Clearly, they are both a fascinating scientific resource and an incredible security risk. My recommendation? Either freeze them in cryo storage for the remainder of the mission, or liquidate them immediately. Who knows what other abilities they'll acquire.
I believe he was going to describe them as uppity.
Yeah. Vivisection room yesterday. He felt the lab chimps were exhibiting uncommon intelligence. I sat with one for 4 hours and tried to probe it with the Psi-amp on a Beta 4 cycle. It failed to respond.
It mumble rapped for 4 hours straight.
It was incapable of reacting to the sophisticated Beta 4 cycle. But then I realized it was blocking the probe intentionally. As soon as I raised the Psi-amp to attack it, the creature lashed out with its arms and projected a cryokinetic field towards me, paralyzing my arm. I immediately psi-dampened the monkey and then stunned it with an electric prod.
Well, we can't get the malfunctioning turrets offline, and now Xerxes isn't even talking to us. Pollard thought of a workaround.
He's kind of passive-aggressive.
By running bypass into central control, we can hack into the turrets locally and take control of them. However, that means walking right up to the little sons of bitches and hoping they don't go off. One thing is sure, I'm going to figure out what the hell happened here.
In some ways, the many is not unlike the UNN. There's a joy in working towards a collective goal, and being able to put aside the things that draw us apart and make us separate. Why do we fear the loss of our individuality so much? Man can dream, but the many can accomplish.
That's destined to end well. Hold on, let me save first. I'm gonna save before I attempt this repair. Yes, I'm save scumming this. I am not losing a shotgun. Ah! See?
Nice.
I was right to save scum. Save scum is morally correct.
It's the best superpower.
Hey!
Alabaster Scar. Correction on the list of French animations from last week. Cyber 6 wasn't French. It's a Canadian-Japanese project.
Really?
And no, not the French part of Canada.
Really? I thought it was a French animation thing.
Also, big fan of Hodge Twins' older content.
Or just the Jim Bro stuff? Back before they started writing that they opposed and supported Israel and Iran, bombing Israel and Iran on 2 different platforms on the same day. What? Did you see that?
No.
Yeah. Like on On freaking X, they're all cosplaying as Groypers and talking about how Trump has betrayed us all and blah blah. And then on Facebook, they're like, "All right, let's bomb Israel. Go Trump." Oh, Rift is strong with this one.
Mercenary X, people complaining that Death Stranding 2 is sexist, trying to cancel Kojima. I'd try to cancel Kojima because he's... Oh, wait, I've read this.
Oh my.
One with the bad punctuation.
There's a pistol here, but it is not great quality and doesn't have the rounds that I need.
Intrinsic Dark. June was far less queer last year, or this year. Hopefully it's going back into the closet permanently.
I'm just done seeing sports teams and everybody else virtue signal about this crap. It's brilliant. Every single MLB team I've seen that has changed their freaking icon to rainbow. Half the comments underneath are, change your icon, prick. Change your icon and stop virtue signaling. It's half of the freaking comments. The Diamondbacks got their butts kicked by the Marlins yesterday, and like the first 5 comments right below it were just freaking one after another. Pride Night was to blame. You know what I mean? Like it was just one thing after another. It's the temperature of the room has definitely changed. Shh, what? That did nothing. What am I gonna do? Maybe just normal buckshot would hurt. I mean, it's still a shotgun. Terrible. Oh boy. Okay. What about this?
That... Emperor...
Oh, I could have shot that.
Emperor Creatine. Can we get Shredder's speech as Stone Cold?
Only effort, discipline, loyalty earn the right to wear the dragon doji. This is your family, you mealy-mouthed bastard. I am your father.
I will beat your ass if you step out of line.
Oh. No.
Normal, man. The most diabolical thing a villain can do to the new Bond is make him pay child support. Very good.
Wait, what is that? That's a laser pistol, right? Yeah. And it's broken. So, quick question. What the hell was the point of this? Just to waste a bunch of shotgun rounds on a robot that didn't even give me anything? Is that it? It took my health? Is that it? This gave me nothing. Alright, hold on. There were some logs in there.
Commander Wolf. Not sure if this has been brought up.
Constance, I fear now for my life. I think this has gone beyond any imaginings of Diego and Korenskin. I do not believe they are in control at all.
We must discover what it was they found down on the surface of Tau Ceti 5 and why they guard the secret so jealously.
Gosh, Doom 3 ripped this off.
Important than my life, or your life, or the life of this ship. Be brave and be careful.
Commander Wolf, I'm not sure if this has been brought up. Have you seen the wild things going on with Alberta?
No, I didn't. Okay, never mind. What, the calls to leave Canada? The calls for secession?
I'm guessing. I haven't heard of anything else.
If that's the case, then yes. Yes, I have.
And anything that you guys are looking forward to this year? I mean, a couple of games, but really, for the next 4 years, I'm just looking forward to seeing what Trump's gonna do next.
Yep.
What about you, sir?
I mean, we'll see about the new 007 game. I don't know if it's really for me. We will see. We will see. I am interested to see what happens with a prospective Splinter Cell. But who trusts Ubisoft to pull that off? It's like, this is the problem. Like, everything that you could look forward to is a monkey paw. And it's like, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm optimistic, because I'm not, right? Like, I do not trust any of these people to pull any of this off. Oh, dear.
Blitz Systems. Cobain brand shotguns.
Yeah.
Smells like Teen Spirit. No, smells like cordite and gray matter. All apologies for the mess. Rokutera. I'm rewatching Netflix Daredevil and showing it to my roommates for the first time.
Oh, it's so good.
I forgot just how great season 1 is.
It is unbelievable. That show is good. I mean, even the third season, which is probably my least favorite, is still really good.
Norm Al, man.
I just miss when Marvel had a clue. That show is probably still the best thing that Marvel has ever done. That was a cheap shot. And I am down to 3 HP. And when was the last time I came in contact with a med hypo?
Normal, man. Forget being Bond. They should have turned Dr. Bashir, I presume, into a series.
Right? Oh, crap. That's right. This has a... There's just no way. There's just no way. Nothing I can do with that. And I don't have enough energy. And when was the last time I came in contact with Recharge Station? Look at this crap. One replicator and a broken replicator and a security computer. And that's it. You can feel the Irrational Games influence here. Because I don't think Looking Glass Studios by themselves would ever allow a level to be that bare of resources.
I wonder if this will ever get ported to Switch too.
I don't know.
You could run it, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
The Copper Owl. Goldfinger, no, Mrs. Bond. I don't expect you to be my baby mama. I expect you to DEI. Mrs. Bond, help, help, I can't breathe.
No.
White Monkey, would you ever stream a Sonic game? like Knuckles Chaotix.
I'd love to, yeah. I really like Knuckles Chaotix a lot. Let's go through the bulkhead here and...
Jake Downey, Ironsides Abbott, signed legislation banning China, Russia, and the North Koreans from buying land in Texas. Any other legislation you want on the state level?
I needed that. Any other state level electoral college?
Yeah. Every single state. Master ZX1. Sometimes Daddy Razor has to use harsh language.
I don't have to like it. Engineering control. Oh, right. Up here.
Andrew,
did I ever find out what the code to this is? I think so.
Below
Ah!
is dead.
15061!
Talking to him and this cyborg came up behind him and... Okay, Connie, get a grip. Get a grip. I've recoded the door lock and engineering control to 15061. I think I'll be safe in here. Yeah, I'll be safe in here.
finds dead body.
Xerxes is one step ahead of us. He's performed an override
There
on
she
the
is.
Psionics control computer and blocked us out. But keep an eye open. You might be able to find some workaround.
Somebody's been tampering with the Xerxes unit. In the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control. You can find 45M DEX in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes. Keycode 34760.
A code. Zutalor.
Coolant tubes. Where would those be?
The tubes. That's not. He's not talking about the radioactive tubes you were in.
Maybe? Yeah, I mean, I did purge it just now, so maybe that's where I need to go. It makes sense.
Andrew, thank you for the 20. I had an industrial accident 5 years ago where a 38-ton excavator tore me in half, broke my neck, died 10+ times, and lost my right arm.
All right.
The ghost in the Badlands made me pause. You nailed Paul's character. Thank you, Razor.
Godspeed.
Big Swingin' Rich. Mrs. Bond. Quantum of Soul Custody.
Bah!
Hi there. Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing Value Lab.
AC.
Freaking mad hype.
Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing Value Lab.
Thank you. Thank you.
You've been waiting to do that, haven't you?
Yeah. AC. Taryn has his own home. I thought Razor and Taryn lived like Bert and Ernie.
We're not gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Oh boy.
Boggio. Thoughts on Douglas Murray?
I've seen some of his stuff. I don't hate it. It's a little bog standard.
Jegs Dino God, 116 justices in history, and the only black and Hispanic woman justices
34760.
Somebody's been tampering with the Xerxes
are also
unit.
the most retarded.
In the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control. You can find 45 MTEX in Auxiliary Storage 5 in the coolant tubes.
5.
Key code 34760.
Yeah, that's 4.
Where's 5?
Careful, you don't know what's lurking down here.
I don't know what evil lurks. Ah!
Despite being 2% of the judges.
Ah. I have a feeling I'm going to have to go across one of these irradiated sections.
Generalissimo Liberty, wouldn't everyone like to access her back door?
Huh?
Reaper Grim. Would the powers that be ever allow state-level electoral college? The Dems would never win ever again.
It's true. Because, and honestly, more populist Republican candidates would start to struggle a little bit too. There's a lot of people who would oppose it on both sides of the political aisle. It would force, for the first time ever, like, or not populist, sorry, the opposite, really, elitist Republicans would begin to struggle. Because in the sense that if you're populist, you are attempting to appeal to the widest number of people possible, right? You're not just campaigning, for example, in Los Angeles. You're campaigning in Los Angeles, in Sacramento, in Southern California. You're campaigning in Northern California. Today, if you want to get elected as a Democrat in a statewide office in California, you don't have to leave LA to do that. You could just campaign there and win. Which is not how the founders ever intended it. A statewide electoral college would really put to bed elitism in a lot of ways, in politics, period. It would cease to reward it.
Jake Downey. One of my new favorite jokes. A Jewish kid asks his dad for $100 for the school dance, and his dad replies, $60? What do you need $20 for?
There we go.
Andrew, thank you for the 20.
So that's 4. So it's got to be nearby. It's got to be past one of these irradiated corridors. I'm going to have to just bolt across one of them and hope for the best. I think this is where I came in at. Over here.
Is it nowhere on your map? Andrew says, it was awesome to hear.
I went through here.
It was awesome to hear from you, Razor, and I'd love to talk to you more on distribution on your beautiful comic, given your last distribution difficulties. Want to get print detail up to the Lovecraft Behringer? Contact, email?
Huh?
I mean, if you want to talk about that stuff, you can always contact him on X or through our...
or Facebook.
Facebook, yeah. Leave us a message. That's Rageaholic Rules on Facebook.
Station. This is where I came in at. Okay, no, it's got to be past one of these irradiated corridors. It's got to be. Maybe this one. Maybe it just went the wrong way.
He says, also, last parting gift, I do work with Barris a bit. And I'm talking more to Barnes on candidate selection. Both have become friends. Both are receiving copies of Ghost of the Badlands.
Sweet. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I've already given 2 copies away to girls I've dated. It's an aphrodisiac.
What?
I need a cigarette after that one. Got the receipts for how many I bought. Oh my god.
Very cool.
Buying multiple copies.
Great. That's awesome, man. I don't know if you got in on the Indiegogo and got that edition or got the mass market, but they all turned out really
You must
well.
move faster. Your mind cannot conceive of the stakes we are dealing with. Keep your eyes open for utility storage 4. I've laid in some supplies there. The passcode is 590.
Now you tell me!
Got to get to deck.
I just passed 4.
Termination of this exchange. We regret any inconvenience.
I gotta go back to 590 to the friggin' number 4 there to put in 59004. 59004.
Gray matter, thanks to the pirates for kicking my Mets while they are down. 213.
Happy to oblige.
And lots of long-term injuries since Pride Night. Baseball gods are angry on that one.
There it is, 59004.
Now listen carefully. The xenomorphs who have hijacked this ship are presumably from the
Hazard
surface of
suits!
DLive. They've been able to infect a number of crew members through an extremely invasive parasitical technique. They've also demonstrated the ability to control the actions of others through some form of limited telepathy. Find the research soft, understand them, then kill them.
Jake Downey, I'd love to see Razor talk to the fat electrician.
Okay. I have no psionic ability, and I keep running into psionic amplifiers, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop that.
Yeah,
I don't really need it.
On my runs, when I'm not doing psi stuff, I don't even bother with it.
Okay. Plus 80 rad, plus 80 toxicity. Cool. All right, there we go. Good stuff. There we go. All right. Whew.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
It's the other way.
Jack's Dino God angered 2 groups today. Brits by saying gun ownership would solve many issues.
It would.
And Gooners and Cuckold by mocking their near mod being removed. The fuck?
Near mod?
Oh,
a mod for the game Near.
Radiation hazard.
I don't think that goes right through to... Oh. Right. This is where I came in at. Swinekeeper. I've already got that, right? I think so. Yeah. I haven't even played any of those mini games, and I should.
Radiation hazard.
Andrew, Aspire Night Dive. Good choice for Thief remake or remaster.
Yeah.
Rooted in anthology goodies, which are abound.
Radiation hazard.
Best Way Killer. I love how Burr's reaction to the possibility that Hamilton missed his shot on purpose during the duel was essentially, "Keck, what a bitch." Let me refresh this.
Auxiliary storage 5. Here it be. What was the number again?
You must move faster.
Whoops.
Your mind cannot conceive of the stakes we are
Wrong
dealing
one.
with. Keep your eyes open for utility storage 4. I've laid in some supplies there.
59004.
Dead. I was just talking to him and this cyborg came up behind him and... Okay, Connie, get a grip. Get a grip. I've recoded the door lock
No.
and engineering control to 15061. I think I'll be safe in here. Somebody's been tempering
34760.
in the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be. I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control. You can find 45M DEX in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes. Keycode 34760.
What are these circuit boards? What are these for?
She just told you. It's one of those service boards.
Okay. Which one?
She said DX something. You gotta figure out which one you need. Barb Rogers, Shiba Dog in a combat position. Oh, it's an emote.
45M.
Unit in the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be.
45M DEX. All right.
Control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control.
None of these are correct.
Find 45M DEX in auxiliary
Get rid of them and
storage
find the right one. It'll be on the shelf somewhere.
34760.
There it is.
Well done. I am uploading some cybernetic modules. Find an upgrade unit as soon as you can.
All right, here we go.
Stealth Creations. I made a Darth Justice Jackson's Directive Disorder 66 clip in dank memes. It includes a Grok-generated Palpatine thumbnail with lips and blue nails.
What? All right.
Let's move over to...
All right. Ooh, nice. Your feeble legal knowledge is no match for the power of the Shibun Rage. All right.
Crossfire.
Now, where did she say I needed to do that, though? It was at,
Somebody's been tampering with the Xerxes unit.
In
the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor.
Okay, so it's
what
the one.
Don't you fucking understand?
Thank you, Kristen.
Install hardware override.
A lot of things.
DEX in the system's monitoring
Fluidics control computer.
You can find 45M DEX
Where's command control?
in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes. Keycode 34760.
Engineering control. Okay. Core control? Or engineering control? Well, let's check out engineering control first.
Crossfire
We've already-
started playing Another Crab's Treasure on Game Pass. Surprisingly, very good, and has me rolling laughing from the dialogue. Have either of you heard of it?
This is where we got our circuit board from.
Would highly recommend. I've heard of it. It's basically like a Dark Souls parody like game.
Yeah. There's a lot to parody about them. It's kind of amazing no one's done it a lot.
But yeah, I've heard it's very competent and actually very fun, too. Master Chief, thank you for the 20. I've noticed that these pre-2000s sci-fi games are incredibly high concept, or very complicated, and balls-to-the-wall wacky. Marathon, Half-Life, System Shock, etc. Why did the industry stop that after Halo?
Is it really after Halo, or was it after... I mean, even look at, like, Half-Life 2, and it's already getting kind of corporate. Look at Doom 3. Look at... You know what I mean? Oh, I got him.
Zach Lime. Evening, gents. Didn't even know we had a parliamentarian and had to look it up. First one appointed in 1935. Oh, I read this over.
Yes,
already.
you did.
Brian. I read that one.
Engineering control? I guess that'll have to be it.
Zach Lime again. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm a little fussy on my civics, but when did federal laws start passing with simple majorities? I thought 2/3 were needed from both House and Senate.
Right. Yikes.
Chris to the J Productions. Fahrenheit 451 is such an underrated book. I read 1984 in high school and Brave New World later in college, but 451 is so well written and the character arc is great, uplifting despite the tragedy at the end.
Command control is at the upper levels, so it's here. It's here. I'm on the right track. If I can figure out how to get there.
DC, I find it hard to get solid intel on the current domestic political situation in China. Can you elaborate on what you've heard lately?
There's a lot of great channels covering it. China Uncensored, Lay's Real Talk and stuff. There's a lot of stuff. For example, there's been a lot of speculation that Xi Jinping... It's like almost confirmed at this point. Xi Jinping had some kind of major health crisis in the last several months. A stroke, something like that. He disappeared for a couple of weeks. And there was kind of what is widely believed now to be a body double that did a non-speaking appearance during that period. And then after Xi Jinping made a public appearance where he actually spoke and did stuff, suddenly the back of his head had been shaved, which suggests there was some kind of brain surgery or something that went on. Something happened with Xi Jinping. Something happened with, and it sort of coincided with there being a purge of a lot of Xi Jinping's political allies. And so in every what we do know is in most demonstrable ways, Xi Jinping has lost power in China. He's not out of power, but he has lost power. There's different factions within China that are gaining gradual prestige. And so there's a military guy whose name I'm blanking on right now. I'm trying to think of it. But there's a military guy who really is beginning to sort of cause all of the anti-Xi people, all the different factions to sort of row in the same direction for a little while. And before you say, oh, I hope they depose Xi Jinping, if those people take power, they might actually be even more hardline militaristic communist than Xi Jinping is. So, monkey paw wish on that one. I'm trying to think of what the guy's name is. Oh, there's a W in it. This is just impossible. It does too much damage, too quick. And I have no armored piercing rounds of any kind. Do I literally have to go to a totally different floor just to recharge my freaking energy pistol? Just because of this stupid turret.
Check the Outcast. Playing the latest DLC for Rogue Trader. Lex Imperial. It allows you to create Judge Dredd character called an Arbiter with a Cyber Mastiff partner. Cool.
Wow. Warhammer with another IP in it? This is an unprecedented development, is what you're... Wow, you're telling me now for the first time. I did not know that.
Mercenary X, there is a Disney historical man on X that loved your Uncle Walt video.
Uh-huh.
He talks about how based Walt was and other facts.
Uh-huh.
That's cool.
Neat. It's cool that someone else is out there that knows how full of crap historians are about Walt Disney and how informed by communist propaganda that narrative is. Which sadly still gets repeated everywhere. Okay.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
DeBoggio. Why is Trump so pro-Israel?
Why is Trump so pro-Israel? I don't even think he's that pro-Israel. I think he's just not anti-Israel enough for some people. I really think that's all it is. When you compare him to other previous presidents, he's not particularly pro-Israel. Alright, here we go. Security. How? Where's that recharge station? Way the heck over there. Okay. We'll go do it because it's worth it. Over here, I think?
Everything's fine. Nothing there. We may be nearing the end.
It's up here. All right. There we go.
Let me refresh. Jovan.
Crew quarters.
Have you heard that MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries is getting clan DLC soon? Looks like a massive update, too.
There we go.
Wow, Mercenaries is getting clan DLC.
I don't understand. You already made a game centered around clans? What? Why? Someone explain to me Piranha's business model, because I don't get it. I don't think they do either.
I'll call you Saint Vaudeville.
Okay, here we go.
He says, "Hail, Razor and Terran. Hello. Welcome. We're just wrapping up."
What? We are?
Yeah.
According to you? Let's see here. Ooh, got him.
Hung
Do
Nguyen.
ya, punk?
Are you saying he's pro-Israel? After he said they don't know what the fuck they're doing?
Alright, let's see here.
Draco, been living under a rock for the last 6 months since Trump got in. Anything interesting happening?
Nope. Nothing. No. You missed nothing.
Business as usual.
Don't worry about it.
Donald Trump, thank you for the 10.
Uh-huh.
Based Mike Lee, or should I say raped Mike Lee. So raped, so sad. Your land bill was a total failure. I gotta say so.
Please make your selection.
Perhaps the worst land deal in history.
Oh no!
Of deals. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut you a great deal, believe me. You see that sword? A good gift for my friend Shinzo Abe, sadly passed. Take that sword and do what he called a seppuku.
Oh no! It is not a puzzle game that you read in the newspaper, I assure you. Look up what that means. Jamie, pull that up. JD, pull that up. Looking for a medical bench if I can get it. Where are those?
And that is the last
Resurrection Station. Oh wow, it's later than I thought.
Yeah. You're playing System Shock. Time flies.
Chemical storeroom, security computer, recharge station, upgrade unit. It doesn't tell you. It never arrived. Just want to see if I can get a medical bench. There were quite a few on this level, so hey, go away. Wasn't here. No. Maybe down this. I think there was some in the crew quarters. Ah, med. Okay, that's not a medical bench I can use. Right, I'm just gonna run in here and grab a medical bench real quick because I need it. I
literally went to bed, woke up, this dude is still playing video games. You got less than 6 hours of sleep?
Yeah, no kidding, dude.
That's on you.
What are you on, crack? You what? All right. Tremendous!
If that commie wins in New York, what should Trump's response be when he tries to halt the cooperation with ICE?
Cooperation with you think New York City's been cooperating with ICE to date? I don't think it would change much, to tell you the truth.
They're gonna go in and go in
and go in and go in. All right, whatever. We need to go down to maintenance.
The idea is we don't need his cooperation. It would be nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have it, but federal immigration law is federal immigration law.
Radiation hazard.
Our flash seeks you.
Whoa. My bullets seek your flesh.
Radiation hazard.
I have one anti-personnel round. Gay in the butt with a penis.
P-flower.
Oh, auxiliary storage.
Bowler, I should say.
Oh, that soundtrack.
Hello from your local AZ native. I'd love to have a one-on-one chat with you. Besides our love of Battletech, I suspect we might have a great talk. Oh, isn't that sweet? Set up a play date. Generalissimo Liberty.
I know a guy in the Arizona area who's really into BattleTech wanted to set up a gaming group, so who knows?
Generalissimo Liberty. Impression. Trump talking about Diet Coke button.
The Diet Coke button? I push the button, a Diet Coke comes out. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Actually, what is it? Somebody explain the Diet... I actually think I'm slightly out of the loop on the Diet Coke button.
He had it last admin. He installed a Diet Coke button onto the desk. He pushes the button, he gets a Coke.
See, if that's me, it's a Pepsi Max button. Sorry, Pepsi is superior to Coke. I said what I said, replies disabled. No way wine is superior to Pepsi. No way. Okay, this is the storage where I got it. All right. Now I need to go to the cargo. Okay, right. Gotcha.
Fowler. Come on, man. Okay.
You break out the glow sticks for this music, Taryn?
Oh, I didn't bring them with me. Yeah, I can do that.
Shuttle Bay. Shuttle Bay. Ba, ba. It's not past there. Coolant tubes. Engine core. I want to get to the other decks. There we go. It's a cargo bay.
Jegs Dino God. RC Cola is the best.
It is good.
Shame it ain't got a 0 sugar.
I thought it did. I don't even have sugar anymore. That was the security office. Was there something in there that I didn't pick up?
Pea flower.
Body armor. Okay, well, I'm out of the coolant tubes, so let's leave.
See, I'm just gonna do it on purpose now.
What?
Nothing. All right. Thoughts on Gamers Guild, specifically the one at 19th and Bell. Flash in the pan or long-term survival? I'm not familiar.
Is it a new, like, tabletop store or something?
Yeah,
because like we had Game Nights. Before that, we had Jester's Court. I don't know if Game Nights is still around. I know it's not in Metro anymore because nothing's in Metro anymore. But Game Nights was a big deal for a minute, and Jester's Court in the 90s was a real big deal. It's funny, I was watching a Spoonie video once, and he was talking about Jester's Court. I'm like, dude, did we wind up in the store at the same time? Because in the late 90s, dude, I went to Jester's Court all the time. Okay. Slugs. Double whammy. Ow! Psionic monkeys.
I wouldn't take cover next to the explosive barrels.
I do what I want. You're not my real dad.
My name's on the paper, boy. That means you do what I tell you.
I have hypos. I have hypos. I do declare. Okay. Ooh, and we have a log here. Must be Amber Heard's bed. But,
American Talon, thoughts on...
Oh my gosh! You put a turret against which an energy pistol is extremely effective in front of an energy recharging station.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna poop in Ken Levine's food.
Thoughts on Saint...
I'm gonna deliver him a sandwich, and I'm gonna poop in it, and he's gonna eat it with his mouth. What a dick.
Thoughts on Saint Aquinas' 5 Proofs of God?
You know, I don't think I've read it. But the stuff that I have read of Aquinas, I really like.
Well, Savior...
Funny, like, the biggest reader of Aquinas I've ever known in my life. Frickin' Jewish kid. He got way into Thomas Aquinas at one point. Alright.
Well, save your game...
Anti-personnel.
Save your game, sir, because we are at the end.
Oh, shoot. Okay. We save it. And that's how you know the game's good. I don't want to stop. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, members of the many, I thank you all for joining us on this fantastic System Shock 2 Remastered stream. I think the verdict at this point is damn good. It's just the same game that it was before, and System Shock 2 is one of the greatest video games ever made. If you want to know where the Dead Spaces and the Alien Isolations of the world got their entire formula, here it be! For Terran Gel, I am RazörFist. Godspeed!